Its birth, serendipitous. Its life, shrouded in mystery. Understood by few.
I seen it one time and I knew exactly what to do from that moment on.
Feared by many.
He ate them? He literally cut them up and ate them?
Yeah. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain.
PCP is something that can alter reality. You can see something. It's like knowledge. You can see something, and once you see that, you can't never go back.
This is PCP, as you've never seen it before. I'm in New Mexico to visit the home of Timothy Wiley.
Hey, great to meet you.
Good to see you, yeah. Welcome to the shack, yes.
A spiritualist and founding member of the Process Church, who used PCP to inspire his artwork and a mythology in which the Garden of Eden's serpent is revealed to be an ancient race of space gypsy philosophers.
I had taken some PCP, thinking about the Adam and Eve myth. I said, well, we know about Adam and Eve, but who the hell is a serpent, you know? And my pen started working. And so each of the pages I did using a PCP, you tune in and you can feel the undertow, what's going on underneath. This reality, which is just like a heartbeat away. When I first came across PCP, that would have been probably in the early 80s, I would say. I saw immediately, this is something very different. I mean, I'd had experience with acid, you know, with all of it, all the standard entheogens. But this is something very strange. This is something different. Because with your normal entheogen, in a sense, you could feel your body and you can leave your body, right? You're somewhere else. With this particular molecule, the sense I get is you go up, but you take it with you.
Dissociative anesthetics are a chemically diverse class that share an ability to disconnect a user's body from their mind. In 1956, the chemist Vic Maddox serendipitously discovered PCP, and 1 year later, the drug was being tested as an anesthetic in human surgeries. But dissociative effects limited its clinical application, and it soon found a home with non-medical users on the street.
When you smoke it, everything goes into symmetrical patterns, like gears. Well, like gears come together like this. You understand it? Gear wheels.
And those people use the drug to explore strange realms of the mind that are otherwise inaccessible.
When did you first decide that you wanted to smoke PCP and interact with dolphins? What was the motivation for doing that?
I've always been interested in dolphin intelligence. Using PCP, especially with dolphins, was just wonderful. I mean, you can just go straight into communication with them.
How would that manifest? What would be an example?
One of the questions telepathic questions I had asked was, how do you convey information down through time? How do you store information? And I was out about waist deep one time. There was a dolphin kind of swimming out about 10 or 15 feet away. And I had the impulse to pick up a sand dollar. And when I looked at the sand dollar, the impression that came was that these sand dollars are information storage devices. In other words, a dolphin can project, right? Because they use sound to project images. And they project that image onto that, and it stays within, right? Because when shells grow, they grow holographically, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. It's a
Well,
really
a
interesting
shell
idea.
will retain its information as it grows. So another dolphin will come along later, will ping that with the same frequency, and they will receive the information stored in the shell.
So this was something, this is a realization that you had. You were, well,
Yes.
you were on PCP, you picked up a sand dollar, and you understood its significance in recording information for
Well,
dolphins.
I was in this telepathic bond with the dolphins while this was happening.
Wow. Wow, that's a amazing story.
Timothy is about to snort PCP hydrochloride, and I'm hoping to learn more about the qualitative effects of the drug as he dissociates.
Well, I always like to say a little blessing. A blessing to our trip, and thank you very much. And thank you, Molecule. May we have a wonderful time together.
Okay, I'd be careful, just one more. I mean, it's up to you, of course, but I'm amazed that you can tolerate this much. I would feel bad if you were to feel, okay.
We're all responsible for ourselves. Can't you lay that on me?
Can you feel the effect of it now?
No.
Really? No effect?
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
Let's see where that gets us. Let's have a look at how this particular substance affects. I guess this is performance art, but I have nothing to perform. It's such a personal, private thing, you know, when I do something like that, you know, or that. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. I don't know what I'm kind of doing, but that's nice feeling.
You feel something now?
Yeah. A lightness of spirit.
I'm glad you're feeling it. I was about to say that.
No, I'm starting to get a little buzz. You know, my limbs are much more plastic than normal. You know, I feel more like this. The extraordinary thing about this substance is how it completely gets rid of any pain.
Oh, yeah.
There's some similarities with some other drugs, but there's no question that PCP induces a unique altered state.
To gain further insight into PCP, I visited my friend Jason Wallach, an expert on the chemistry of dissociative anesthetics. Jason has synthesized over 100 PCP derivatives and studied their pharmacology.
PCP, scientifically speaking, is phencyclidine, which is a single chemical. It is completely synthetic and man-made. To this date, it's never been found in nature, nor have even derivatives of it. Victor Maddox, who was actually doing research into completely unrelated compounds pharmacologically. He was looking for opioid analgesics, painkillers. And when he was performing one of the reactions, he noticed that it produced a product that was different from what he expected. And when he did some follow-up experiments, one of those of which produced PCP. Dissociative drugs all bind to the NMDA receptor. It's expressed throughout the entire central nervous system, and it plays a number of roles, particularly in sensory processing, learning, memory. So what these drugs do is block this normal signaling pathway in the brain. Phencyclidine is the active component. That's definitely the psychoactive drug that's causing the desirable effects.
How are you feeling?
I feel like sitting down.
Yeah?
Yep.
Sit down.
Yes, that last one popped me over the edge. I mean, the fact that I feel, and I suspect you feel, part of the land right now.
Yeah.
I feel I'm growing out of the land. Right? But it's such a subjective sense. It's powerful, but it's, you know, it's not transferable. I mean, speaking personally, for me, these substances are internal substances. You know, There's something that happens inside.
What do you think would happen to society if dissociatives never were discovered? PCP was an accident. You know, it wasn't.
Well, what is an accident, you see? I mean, an accident is simply something that happens that people don't understand the causation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everything happens intentionally. Nothing is left to chance.
Yeah.
Timothy is a rare example of an outspoken PCP proponent, someone who's used the drug to inspire his artwork and philosophy. But stories such as Timothy's are seldom depicted in the news.
So you see a mumbling old fart, you know, and how bad can PCP be?
PCP is more commonly associated with cannibalism and superhuman strength than medicine and mind expansion. The unsurprising result of 50 years of PCP scare stories and other negative reporting.
It definitely can kill people.
So I went to visit David E. Smith, a doctor who witnessed PCP use on the streets of San Francisco long before the drug became a media sensation.
PCP is this misunderstood drug, and it seems as if it's almost always been a misunderstood drug.
We were really the first to identify it because all the new drugs came out here in the Haight-Ashbury. In the Panhandle, they had this big concert about 1967, and they threw out these capsules, and people would take them. But we found when the individuals started having bad trips, they weren't bad trips like LSD. They were rigid, they were catatonic, they were violent. The classic talk down is you engage the person, get the mind off the thing that's bothering them. But when you tried to engage the person with PCP, basically the sensory input that went out became something else, and they became very agitated.
Dr. Smith walked me to the Panhandle to show me where he first encountered a PCP intoxication.
It was there. That's where the concert was, right there. Hippies dancing, and that tree is where I saw my first bad PCP trip. She does a face plant in the dirt.
Right here.
Right there. Falling face down in the dirt is not something you're supposed to do. And I said, this is a different type of drug reaction. Got a sample of the urine, had it tested, and that's when it came back as PCP.
I hallucinate. I see things. I like it.
I didn't think a dissociative anesthetic would be the drug that this population would want, but the problem is you give a drug a name, the peace pill, or if you're a biker, the hog, and they respond to the pill and the culture and the name rather than any understanding of the pharmacology of it.
Since the clinical use of PCP was discontinued, it's appeared on the street in many forms. First, there were capsules and tablets, often called peace pills. Later, there was crystalline PCP hydrochloride, referred to as angel dust. And most recently, liquid solutions of PCP freebase that are used for dipping cigarettes, often called sherm stick or wet. Which brings me to Kensington in East Philadelphia to meet Craig and Kelly.
This is where I get high, you know, hang out.
You want to smoke by the people?
No, there's no one over here. I usually sit over here by the rocks, over here by this gate.
The best way to smoke them is like right after they just dipped. Like they just dipped.
Wet, though.
It's still wet though.
Can't they just burst into flames though that way?
If you light it with a lighter.
Yeah, you have to light it off
If she
another
just like
cigarette.
if I just took this lighter and just put that lighter to it,
would,
it's gonna
burst into
like
flames.
it's gonna like poof up.
Tell me about when you first started smoking, and I'm curious about it.
I can't even really tell you how I first started smoking it. It just like, it just happened. Like, I smoked a dipper one day and it was like, oh shit, like, oh, damn. That shit had taken you to a whole nother place. We was just getting high. I'm talking, we was smoking like ounces of this shit in a week. Like, we was just getting high, like, just dip, smoke, dip, smoke, dip, smoke. We wasn't even smoking the whole damn thing. It was half gone. We throwing it, dipping another one. We was just getting high, like, oh my God, damn, like, we gotta stop smoking, bro, like. And that shit lasted for all of 2 hours, and we went and got some more of that shit. Like, it was just what we did. It was a fun thing. We got money, we just gonna smoke and get high, like.
What is the benefit that you feel when you smoke that makes you want to do it every day?
I don't know.
She dipping off. It'll do that to you, though. It gets you quiet. She about to get spacey. She in the Matrix right now.
Are you gone?
Yes.
Is it good to be gone?
Yes.
When do you think you'll be back?
I don't know.
Gone.
At this high dose, the person becomes completely catatonic and anesthetized. It's only as the drug begins to be metabolized and broken down that the levels allow them to wake up, and then they're still high enough to be in this dissociated state.
Oh. You good?
Yeah.
Watch my arm. Kensington is like our black market for drugs and shit. You need a drug, you go to Kensington, you gonna find that shit.
Where does it come from?
The what?
Yeah.
What you mean, like person, like where, like who bringing this shit in? I wouldn't be able to
Who
tell
makes
you.
it?
Who the fuck knows? It gotta be somebody, it can't be nobody in here, because you gotta be a chemist to make that shit up.
You don't need glassware. You can do it in buckets, but what you do need are chemicals that are not just bought at the hardware store.
The synthesis of PCP can be a formidable challenge for clandestine chemists.
Pyridine, magnesium, cyclohexanone.
All the chemicals used to manufacture PCP have been watched by law enforcement for decades, which raises the question, who's making PCP and where does it come from?
All the PCP in the country can be linked directly back to Southern California. They're cooking multiple 100 gallons of PCP at a time, and it gets shipped by planes, trains, and automobiles every single day out of LA.
In Los Angeles, I met with Frank Liga, a narcotics detective who dedicated 16 years to hunting down and arresting PCP manufacturers.
PCP, what I find so fascinating is that it's real organic synthesis. You're not working with things that you bought at CVS.
Well,
you're working with real chemicals.
That's you as a chemistry background. The average person that manufactures PCP is third and fourth generation down the line, and they get a recipe. It's amazing how they come up with some of this stuff.
We then went inside to look at photos from his biggest bust.
This was and is and probably will continue to be the largest PCP seizure in history. This guy's lab site was in a small village about an hour and a half northeast of Las Vegas, up in the mountains. His whole job every day was to make PCP. This is packaged for sale. This is actually how we got the guy.
So he was hydrogenating the pyridine in the
Yep.
same operation?
Yeah.
That seems pretty sophisticated.
He bought everything in bulk because this is his full-time job. We seized roughly 130 gallons of finished PCP and enough chemicals to make about 1,500 gallons of finished PCP. The gangs control PCP, and the old gang wars from the 80s, the Bloods and the Crips, the blue and the red, doesn't apply to this level of criminal. You have a source of pyridine, I have a source for PMB, we're friends. You're a Crip, I'm a Blood. It's green now. We're making money. A gallon of PCP in LA goes for 12 to 17,000. That same gallon in New York, Philadelphia, Maryland goes for 35 to 65,000.
Do you ever feel bad for these people or think that maybe they're not bad people?
No, not at all. You don't have to be a bad person to do criminal activities. We follow the rules and the laws. Nothing personal. I catch you, I catch you. If I don't catch you, I don't catch you.
Why do people use it?
I have no idea. I don't drink and I don't smoke. Never have. Never did drugs because my whole life I wanted to be a cop. I wanted to be a dope cop. But that's me.
Yeah.
I can't talk about anybody else.
At some point, someone had to figure out this bucket method. They had to go to the original articles written by the chemist who discovered
Right.
PCP
Vic Maddox,
Right.
and they had to adapt his synthetic route for clandestine manufacture. So I'm curious about who that was.
There's one family in South LA that basically started the PCP epidemic in the 70s. And they are like the godfathers of PCP in South LA.
I'm very curious about this family.
I'm not going to mention the names at all.
They're not the sorts of people that would want to talk to us on
Oh,
camera.
no, they wouldn't talk to you. That's why I'm not going to give you a name. Hansel and Gretel.
Frank's tantalizing tales of clandestine synthesis made it clear that I had to hear about the process firsthand from a professional cook, with the hope that I could obtain their secret recipe.
You have reached the voicemail box of...
Yeah, we've had a lot of difficulty finding someone who would be willing to synthesize PCP on camera, which isn't entirely surprising.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? This is Hamilton.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you? But this guy that we met with the other night, he seemed like a perfect person to speak with. He's only been out of prison for about 100 days, and he seems conflicted about whether or not he wants to have anything to do with us.
I don't want my face or my voice to be on television.
This clandestine PCP cook, who I'll call Flacco, was caught manufacturing PCP and spent 28 years in prison. Who do you think was the first person that brought this information into South Central LA? The first person to give it the recipe to people so that they could make it in underground labs?
Well, it was taught by a professor. The professor showed the inner cities youth how to make this, and he brought this to the cities. And I don't want to reveal that individual's name because that individual has never seen a day in jail. And I would not want to put him in a position to where that happened. I was fortunate enough to be around somebody when they taught me, and then I took it upon myself to read and research to make sure I understood. Even though I was only 13 years old, I seen it one time, and I knew exactly what to do from that moment on.
Would you say that it's fun, something that you enjoy doing, something that, you know, while you're doing it, it was exciting, it was...
There was a time that I enjoyed doing it because I look at it as something that's very artistic. I look at it as a form of art. I look at it as something that was very unique and something that the chosen few people know how to do.
Have young people come up to you and asked you about a recipe or asked you to teach them what you know?
Yes. I had a lot of people ask me that. And I've never given it to anyone.
Do you keep it secret because you don't want other people competing with you or you don't want them getting hurt?
The reason I don't want to give it to someone because I don't want anybody able to say that I gave it to them.
But when the conversation turned to phenylmagnesium bromide, he couldn't help but talk shop. And I couldn't help but listen. So 400 grams. Sorry, say that it was 400 grams.
4,000.
Oh, so 4,000 grams. Oh. In order to understand a street drug, it's vital to understand the technique of a street chemist. So I took Flacco's recipe to the lab with a small modification that ensured the final product would be legal. The idea behind this experiment is to mimic the so-called bucket method. Instead of 32-gallon Rubbermaid trash cans, we're going to use Pyrex beakers under controlled laboratory conditions. In under 30 seconds, I'm going to tell you exactly how to manufacture PCP, or in this case, the morpholine derivative of PCP, PCMO. Sodium bisulfite is added to an aqueous cyclohexanone solution, precipitating an adduct that's subject to nucleophilic attack from lone pair electrons on the morpholine amine, forming a solution in which the hemiaminal and aminium ion exist in equilibrium. The aminium carbon undergoes nucleophilic attack from cyanide. You can smell the cyanide in the air right now. Just the quantity that we're using now is enough to kill several people.
Oh, many people, yeah.
Everyone here.
Yes.
This is fun. Producing an alpha-aminonitrile, which is isolated from the aqueous reaction mixture and redissolved in ether for a Brouillon reaction. In solution, the alpha-aminonitrile is in equilibrium with an aminium ion, which undergoes nucleophilic attack from phenylmagnesium bromide, driving the reaction toward the formation of PCMO.
This was what would be sold, and this is what we could dip a cigarette into, and would be the final product that could be sold street level.
Flacco's method works for clandestine manufacture of PCP, but it results in the formation of cyanogenic impurities and a product that's more toxic for the end user. After our interview, Flacco resumed manufacturing, but tragically died 10 months later after his lab caught on fire. Strolling through a Santa Monica playground, I ran into a quartet of PCP enthusiasts sharing an afternoon smoke and decided to ask them a question that had been on my mind.
Have you ever done anything crazy or regrettable on PCP?
Crazy, but not regrettable.
But I see some people do some humiliating things, take their clothes off. You start, stripping down.
It's people differently. Sometimes it's too much of a downer. Sometimes it hits you. And sometimes it picks people up and they go crazy. People's loved ones gotta call the police on them.
Do you all know about Big Lurch?
Huh?
This guy Big Lurch who ate one of his friends.
But he ate him? He literally cut him up and ate him?
Yeah.
Big Lurch is a Texas rapper who ate his friend Tynesha's lungs in 2002. He described his state of mind in an interview from prison with Geraldo Rivera.
All I can remember, the world was gonna end, and I had to find the devil and kill the devil before the world ended. That's the last thought that I had.
Do you know that you were actually chewing on her flesh, allegedly, when the cops came?
No, I didn't know nothing about that. The next thing I remember is waking up in a room by myself, and it was horrible.
Yeah, we never heard no Big Lurch, Why, what's up, from PCP? He ate somebody? Or
yeah, he's a big PCP.
Yeah, he was a sick puppy from the get-go, then, The craziest things, they get naked and want to fight with the police, that's it. And probably shoot somebody, kill somebody, or whatever, but not no shit like that. I want to eat, too much zombie movies, man. You see what I mean?
The radio call came out, a tall woman dressed in a red dress walking in traffic. The radio car arrived, and he was naked, covered in blood. He had her heart under his arm.
He had her heart under his arm?
You know that?
I did not know that.
Her heart was in his armpit.
Wow.
At least that's what I was told.
Wow, I've been pen pals with him for years.
Really?
Yeah.
That case is an anomaly. It's few and far between. Very rarely do we see anything of that nature.
The brutality of the Big Lurch case overshadows the fact that the vast majority of PCP users are nonviolent. But a powerful dissociative anesthetic can combine dangerously with certain personality types.
If you got a motherfucker that's like, he thinking about killing somebody, or he thinking about robbing somebody, or anything he thinking about doing, he smoking a dip or two, really putting his mind on that shit, he gonna go do that shit. And then you fuck around not even remember it, cause you black out. Like a lot of the times you don't even be realizing what you're doing, cause it'll have you acting off raw emotion. Like when you hear somebody committed suicide, it wasn't cause PCP made them do it. They was already going through some shit in their head. That's how that shit happens. It's like that little voice that tells you not to do shit, it goes away.
With regards to reports of PCP causing violence, has not been found to be true. Scientific studies that were done that looked at this issue closer found that there wasn't a major association between PCP use and violence. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And as with any drug, some people have violent responses. The individual taking it is a huge factor.
And few individuals have a more fascinating story than Christ Bearer. Christ Bearer is a rapper affiliated with the legendary Wu-Tang Clan. But in 2014, he made a private decision that thrust him into the public eye.
My first PCP experience, and I went through the streets and I was like, yo, I see what the fuck that people see, you know what I mean? PCP is something like an alternate reality. You can see something. It's like knowledge. You can see something, and once you see that, you can't never go back. It's like you can be exposed to too much truth, and it can make you nutty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I tried meth and a couple other drugs, but PCP was something that it was just a clarity.
Could you tell me the story of that night?
To a degree. So that night when I had some PCP, and I was definitely, I was watching cartoons. And to me, for some reason, life turned into a cartoon. So it was kind of like, well, this is, and I had 3 baby mothers, and I had restraining orders on me, so I couldn't see any of my kids. But I figured, man, I keep on having these babies by these girls, and I was thinking they just got a groupies, and then once they have these babies by me, I'm trapped. And they say, hey, I'm gonna need this amount of money for you to be in their life. It started being like society that was just dragging me down into a vortex that I could not stop. Women say, men think with their little head too much. They always think with their little heads. So I said, you know what? I got something for these bitches. I'm gonna cut off my little head, and I'll be forced to only think on my big head. And that was clear as day to me, and I acted upon it. I went to the kitchen with a kitchen knife, and I chopped it off. I didn't think I'm gonna be famous from this. It was just a personal thing in my life. I felt I needed, and it should make a difference. And it was kind of like, I'm dying anyway, man. Let me say my last sentence and missing words of what's going on. And I said a couple things to everybody in the room, and it was like, yeah, fuck it. You know, I jumped off the balcony and shit, you know what I mean? 2-story balcony. So when I hit the ground, I was unconscious for a second, but then I realized, yo, I'm not dead. I was like, yo, fuck this shit. Yo, guess what? I'm gonna fucking, nobody's got shit on me. Watch this shit. I'm finna turn the world upside down, and people are gonna really fucking understand who God is, because I promise you, he's I and I is him. Next thing you know, I'm in the morning, it was all over my bedroom, like, yo, what the fuck's going on, you know? So people could say, oh, that nigga did that. He chopped off his shit, what an idiot. It actually was a genius plan, I feel, you know? And I really loved my 9.5 inches that I had. At the same token, manhood is not determined by what's between your legs, and that's my mission, to show sentient thinking beings what makes you a man. We don't live in a society, we live in a sex society. You feel me?
I do, absolutely. No, I understand completely what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense. I think it's like the sort of thing where people hear the story and it's just hard for them to mentally grasp. Would you feel comfortable showing us any of the wound or anything like that? Is that something you want to show, or is that a more private thing?
Yeah, of course, I'd be, shit, what up? Fuck no, stop playing, man.
Okay.
Fucking show you this one. A bunch of dudes in here, would I do such a thing? Would I do such a thing, man? But yo, if you guys can guarantee me $1 million kickoff, I'll show you the one right now. Right, I owe you? Okay, if I could be true to that, I would show you the fucking wound. For every problem, there's a solution, and for every positive, there's a negative, you know? So I definitely always know that even if something negative, there's a 2% positivity. If you just focus on that 2% positivity, you're gonna grow it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
PCP is a drug popularly associated with violence, but the medical literature establishes no clear causal link to such behavior. Unpredictable behavior, however, is the norm.
Everybody's mind is different. Seen this man is Rumble a Broom fucking with this shit. He told me to my face, it's a man over there, and he's rumbling the broom. He rumbled the motherfucker. He looked like he was losing, if you ask me.
He rumbled a broom?
They was fighting, him and the broom. He was fighting, in his mind, he was fighting somebody. He was fighting the broom in all actuality.
What was he doing with the broom?
They was fighting on the floor. He was literally on the floor, throwing punches. You seen his face, he looked like he was taking punches. Like, in his mind, he was fighting somebody. Like, he really was fighting the broom. Like, you smoke that shit, and depending on what your mind is like, you got some shit in your mind, yeah, it could be a bad experience for you.
Yeah, dog. Hey, man. I'm over here with this crew from Vice, and they're interviewing me about PCP. And
Steve-O is best known for his role on Jackass, but was also an avid user of dissociative anesthetics. After his mother's death, he made a film called PCP Saved My Life that chronicled the relationship between PCP and his grieving process.
PCP saved my life.
But I saw your movie, PCP Saved My Life.
All right.
And I really liked it.
Cool, man. I mean, it was what it was. It was a nice little social experiment, I guess.
But it's an unusual take on PCP. Almost everything that you hear about the drug is negative.
Right. I don't know if I would class that experience as entirely positive, but it had its positivity, I guess.
It seemed positive.
Yeah.
Because here's the deal, okay? I smoked PCP for 5 fucking days in a row. The reason for this video is so that no one watches it and then smokes PCP. I did my service for the world by smoking PCP. I was asked, when was the last time you cried? Which was when my mom's brain blew up from an aneurysm on October 10th, 1998.
People just bring it to me wherever I was at. I smoked so much of it. And what I remember was profound hallucinations of my mother, who had passed away 3.5 years before that. I just had a lot of intense grief over losing my mom.
Tonight's show is from my fucking mother, and I want you to scream louder than that for her. You repeat after me. PCP saved my life. Fuck yeah, it did.
But later, and after I had vowed to never do it again, I really got into a darker place with it.
Man, dude, we're all gonna die. I think I'm gonna die.
There was one experience where I was sitting there and I had all my drugs on that table. It was a big swiveling chair, and I remember looking at all these drugs, thinking to myself, I'm killing myself. I mean, I'm just like, there's no longevity in this. And then I thought, I don't care if I die. And I leaned down to do more drugs, and right then, the chair I was in just spun, like as if like a big, powerful, strong, invisible man was standing next to it and just spun it, like I was almost thrown out of it. And the message that I gleaned from that was, think again. It's very important that you care, that you not die.
And so you think it was a sort of PCP entity that was protecting you on some level?
Yeah, and to this day, I haven't done drugs in over 7 years. And I truly believe that drugs like this erode barriers that between us and the spirit world.
Yeah, wow, that's really good. Seems like PCP generates some good stories. That's something to be said for it.
Yeah, I was just thinking too. I wonder, do you feel like do you have any kind of a conscience about like making it sort of sound like kind of cool? Like maybe people are gonna see this and think, God, I want that to happen to me.
I don't know. So even if we tried, it's hard to make a pro-PCP story.
That's the quote of the day. It's hard to make a pro-PCP story. That's great. It's tough to make PCP look good.
Most people who do PCP, yo, they got some emotional shit with them, dog. Like, real, I noticed that shit. It's always something they trying to escape. And that's why motherfuckers is the way they is. That's why we on the drugs that we on, bro. Whether it be weed or drinking, I think everybody needs some type of escape. Yo, you look around, like, you see how we live out here. I don't watch the news no more. I already know what the fuck happened. The news is like a rerun. A man shot in North Philadelphia, another 3 men slain here. Just shit like that, it start to get to you after a while. If smoking a dipper is gonna take you away from this shit for 6 hours, that's what motherfuckers is gonna do.
It's hard to find a drug that people regard more negatively than PCP, but its reputation is undeserved. It's a drug that had acknowledged medicinal use in anesthesia and psychiatry, and a drug that can serve as the basis for new therapies in the future.
Dissociative drugs, they have therapeutic effects. It's just that separating those effects from the side effects has been the biggest issue. But what we can do is develop better derivatives that have less side effects. And those are in clinical trials now. And many people have been funded to investigate derivatives of PCP because they are important. They're important to a whole range of therapeutic avenues, including neuropathic pain, neurodegenerative diseases, stroke, epilepsy, tinnitus. I mean, you know, the list goes on and on. PCP opened up all these different doors. Maddox was obviously a brilliant chemist, and I think that's best exemplified by the fact that he followed through with this serendipitous discovery, and that was PCP. Many medicinal chemists and pharmacologists have spent their entire careers following up on Maddox's discovery. I mean, that alone is significant. Certainly, I've spent the last 6 years or so, you know, following up on it and looking into the structure-activity relationship of these compounds, many of which he made.
Do you think we as a country and as a society owe Dr. Maddox an apology?
I think, you know, maybe the media should apologize to him.
Maybe they should bring him a bouquet of flowers?
Yes, somebody certainly should. So, somebody certainly should.
This bouquet of flowers is for Victor Harold Maddox, the chemist who discovered PCP. It contains 25 white roses to signify the 25 hydrogen atoms, 17 black roses for the 17 carbon atoms, and 1 blue rose for the nitrogen atom. Vic Maddox made a scientific breakthrough when he accidentally discovered PCP, paving the way for the study of NMDA receptors and revolutionizing the history of anesthesia.
Everything happens intentionally. Nothing is left to chance.
E.F. Domino once said that humans, in their never-ending quest to explore and discover, may yet find a pot of therapeutic gold at the end of a spectacular and at times rather dismal PCP rainbow. The smell of burning methaqualone brings me back to 2013, when I sat on this very couch in the company of a gangster, a dealer, and a few white pipe enthusiasts. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. But it was here that I found myself on the scent of a trail that would lead me to one of the most astonishing drug mysteries I've ever encountered. This is the story of the South African Quaalude. I've always been fascinated by methaqualone, a drug that was once sold in the United States under the brand name Quaalude. But it's a difficult drug to research because it's all but disappeared, with one notable exception: South Africa. I traveled there in 2013 because it's the last place on Earth it's still used. What I found transcended the drug and its use.
Good to meet you.
I learned the unique history of the South African Quaalude is inextricably linked to a secret government program. But I'll go into that later. After my first visit in 2013, I analyzed some samples and was surprised to find they contained not only methaqualone, but also diphenhydramine, a combination that mimics the original pharmaceutical formulation sold under the brand name Mandrax. I was surprised the manufacturers had such dedication to tradition. 3 years later, I decided to return to fully understand the methaqualone distributed on the streets. I started in Soweto, one of the first places I encountered the drug.
What's going on?
Right now.
Hamilton.
2016. This is a Mandrax, this one. Yeah. When you smoke Mandrax, you use this thing, this pipe. We call it a pipe.
Right.
Yeah. Do you want to see how we do it?
Yeah, I'd like to see the process you used.
Because Mandrax is sold as a tablet, it requires special preparation to be smoked. First, a glass bottle is broken at the neck and stuffed with a cotton filter. The filter is covered with a blanket of tobacco and low-grade cannabis. A Mandrax tablet is wrapped in paper and chewed. And the powder is transferred into a bottleneck, which is referred to as a white pipe.
See what happens when you smoke. Your body gets weak.
Just pass out.
When methaqualone is taken orally, the user experiences muscle relaxation and a sense of calm disinhibition. But when the drug is smoked, its rapid onset and increased potency produce a rushing euphoria and, in high doses, total loss of consciousness.
How do you feel right now?
I feel high over the moon. My problems are gone. When you have smoke, things happen. You get dizzy, you feel tired, you even sleep right there. You can sleep standing. You will see the guy standing like this. Never fall.
The way the drug's currently used in South Africa would be unrecognizable to the American users of the 1970s. Americans recall Quaalude with a rosy nostalgia, a drug sold by pharmaceutical companies as a non-addictive alternative to barbiturates. It was a relaxing drug, a love drug that promoted dance and uninhibited sexuality. But it became too popular for its own good, and restrictions on sale and prescription were soon followed by total prohibition in the United States. Prohibition rarely dissuades drug use or manufacture, but methaqualone was a rare case. The high dose required for users to achieve a desirable effect placed an extraordinary burden on clandestine manufacturers, who needed large quantities of carefully watched precursor chemicals in order to turn a small profit. Some people believe the enduring popularity of methaqualone in South Africa is a result of trade sanctions imposed on the apartheid regime, which left the country in a state of economic and cultural isolation. Others believe it was a product of secret government experiments.
Have any of you all heard of Wouter Besson?
What?
Wouter Besson.
What? It's a drug or it's a what?
He was a doctor. He was a doctor people thought brought Mandrax onto the street in South Africa.
We never heard of it.
You are not following the history of drugs. We are just smoking.
If there's one name to know in the history of South African Mandrax, it's Wouter Besson. In 1999, Bassan was put on trial for his involvement in a secret chemical and biological warfare program, codenamed Project Coast. Bassan claims to have weaponized street drugs like MDMA, LSD, and most prominently, Mandrax. He planned to use these drugs for crowd control purposes in the event of an anti-apartheid uprising. Yet the exact nature of Bassan's crowd control technique remains uncertain.
Talk to you later. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your time. It's great meeting you. Thanks a lot. Dearest Wouter, I am an American journalist writing a story about the dismissal of your application for a recusal hearing. I think the charges against you amount to little more than a witch hunt, and I'd like to write a story that allows your perspective on this case to reach the international media. I had the pleasure of attending a talk you gave in 2013 and was impressed by the candor of your speech.
So daar's hier 'n spektrum van hierdie middels en die hoof van die weermag het 'n opdrag gegee dat ons sal 3 van daai middels maak wat nie dodelik is nie, wat inkapasiteerend is. Want net die vyand wat die vermoë om die oorlog klaar te voer ontneem.
When can we schedule a time to meet? Your admirer, Hamilton Morris. Do you think your admirer is too much? Your friend?
On the outskirts of Johannesburg, I met with Jenny Wild, a human rights lawyer who stood up against the apartheid government to expose the drug research of Project Coast.
Project Coast was a very large-ranging project. It involved the creation of biochemical weapons. It involved the reduction or strategies to reduce the black population of South Africa, probably the most serious component, really. And chemicals, drugs, narcotics were deliberately synthesized by the apartheid regime in order to incapacitate people. The tragedy being that they were doctors and medical people. But then again, you must remember apartheid really didn't have any scruples at all when it came to its survival. And there were things that went on in this country during that time that makes the Nazis, frankly, appear like a Sunday school picnic.
Beyond the weaponization of methaqualone, Project Coast scientists claim to have bred super wolf guard dogs, kept black mambas to poison political opponents, and plan to administer anti-fertility drugs to black women under the guise of vaccination.
When I started as an advocate, I began to come into contact with people who were becoming Mandrax addicts. Addicts went from 0 to 850,000 over a very short space of time behind a barbed wire fence of apartheid.
Mandrax abuse is a way of life in Cape Flats, a ghetto created by the apartheid government as a home for the so-called colored communities of Greater Cape Town. I traveled there to meet with Baba, a Mandrax dealer I befriended in 2013.
Hi, how are you, my friend?
Hey,
all right.
good
It's
to
nice.
see you.
Nice meeting you again, man. Glad you're here in Cape Town. When was it last year? 2 years, 3 years ago now?
Yeah.
And the whole place was upside down here. Yeah.
Is this the same place?
The same place, yeah.
You had so many people here smoking Mandrax.
It's the time when I was selling the stuff was here, man.
Where was the window where people would come through?
No, that's the server. Just open the window, serve through the window.
They're coming to buy shit through the window. That's the financial director there.
You must buy this now. It's the best in the West.
You don't do that anymore?
No, I don't sell it anymore. At first, we drink it. We drink it, we put it in the wine, and it dissolves, we just drink it. But after that, we found out that, hey, you can smoke this stuff, man. Just crush it in a paper and open up your mind.
How you feeling? Doing all right?
Come with the candy.
No, no.
Just keep it there. And I give you for smoke.
This is a good thing for the heart, for everything, for high blood, for low blood. Take the pain away. I'm 63 now. 63.
do you feel? Do you feel sleepy?
If they feel like this, they want to smoke more. They mustn't sleep, they must smoke.
The user feels an initial rush of intoxication where their body goes slack and they may briefly lose consciousness. But they rapidly regain their composure and within minutes are consuming more. It's this combination of rapid onset and short duration that makes smoked methaqualone so addictive.
You're okay?
I'm good, yeah. I think I'm getting a little bit secondhand right now.
I can see.
How you know my bro? My lawyer, my producer, my CEO. You my everything.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So you just from here, you where to now?
We're gonna go with some abalone poachers later today, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you poaching too?
Do you think I should poach?
I don't say you must do it, but it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
For everyone.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous, my bro.
What's dangerous?
I won't tell you a bit of a lie. Abalone is very dangerous.
What's dangerous?
What is dangerous about abalone?
Yeah.
They do a lot of stuff with abalone.
A species of South African abalone, known as Haliotis medae, has an iridescent shell with a row of small holes through which water escapes after aerating the gills. The shell protects the gill and viscera from most, but not all, marine predators. This endangered species is the most sought-after marine delicacy in the country. As savage winds blew over the Cape, I traveled to a nearby seafood restaurant where I had arranged a dinner with a mandrax boss who might have some insight into the unexpected connection between this sea snail and a discontinued pharmaceutical hypnotic.
Welcome to Panama Jack's. I'm going to be your waiter this evening. Can I get you guys to eat?
What you prefer?
I think we should have the abalone.
The abalone. Yeah, I agree with him. I'll have it. Let's have it, sure. Enjoy.
Though this restaurant caters to a niche market for legally harvested abalone, I'm here to learn about the other side of the abalone trade.
There's a lot of poachers in South Africa that poach abalone. So they poach abalone and they sell it to the Asian people, Japanese, Chinese people, mostly. Abalone is not legal. You can't just go dive yourself. It's against the fisheries law. Wow, the abalone, it looks good, man.
And then you get to take the shell home as a souvenir.
There's the shell I was speaking of.
Wow.
You make a prayer on this.
What do you mean?
Just pray to the Almighty and thank the Almighty for allowing us to have this.
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's
Do that first.
You want to lead the prayer?
I think you should do that.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you, God, for this tasty gastropod whose flesh is very rare and endangered, but supposedly very delicious. And thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak with my new friend over this tasty meal. It is going to be very enjoyable, I'm sure.
Thanks, amen. But as I say, this is the abalone that you find in the sea, which the Chinese people and the Japanese people are also fond of because they make money out of it. I'm enjoying it.
Pretty good. So I've read that mandrax is exchanged for abalone, or that the precursors to manufacture mandrax are exchanged for abalone. Could you tell me about that connection?
There we go. The junior mafias in Cape Town, who had people who went to go poach with him, which means they went to go steal abalone out of the water and contact the Chinese, and when they come away, they see, hey, room packed with abalone. What goes through their mind? This is what we want. They don't want cash. Men just came into this harbor, Cape Town harbor, through the Chinese mafia, in exchange for abalone.
South African abalone is rarely consumed domestically. Instead, the snail is exported to the world's abalone consumption capital, China. The delicate flavor and chewy flesh of abalone is considered a status symbol and renowned for its supposed aphrodisiacal properties. The Chinese value South Africa's abalone as much as South Africans value Chinese N-acetylanthranilic acid. With each buyer possessing a commodity that's inexpensive in their respective countries, a mutually beneficial barter system emerges. So I went to meet with the men who rob South Africa's oceans of their most aphrodisiacal treat.
Hamilton, how are you doing, my friend?
Good, how are you?
And I'm fine, my friend. You're just in time, my friend.
That's where you put the abalone?
Yes, that is the one that I put the abalone in.
Oh, wow.
Speed up, guys. There we go. Are we all set? Ja, kap op, kap op.
With widespread poverty and few opportunities for employment, many citizens of Hout Bay can't resist the urge to plunder a precious shellfish that grows right on their doorstep.
Do you have any friends that have died poaching abalone?
Yes, I got some couple friends.
How do people die poaching abalone?
Because sometimes when they go out on rubber boats and the boats got capsized, some of them drown.
What's the most amazing thing you've seen underwater?
Back there, where I came from, there was lots of mermaids, you see?
Mermaids?
Mermaids, my friend. We're gonna go into the backside of the harbor now.
How many times have you been to prison for abalone?
7 times.
7 times?
Yes. So here we are now, and it's very quiet here. So we're gonna just make a quick dive here. You see?
It's very dark.
It's very dark, yes.
He's about to get into the water. He's hoping that he'll find some abalone. We'll see what happens.
Above the water stood the lookout man. Below, 2 divers on a quest for the diamonds of the sea. Haliotis medae is a slow-growing creature that requires a decade to reach harvest size and almost as long to achieve sexual maturity. In the wild, it lives 30 years or longer if it isn't discovered by predators. The night was a success. The poachers were able to collect dozens of mature abalone and returned home to celebrate.
Now, he's ready to go to the freezer.
Do you ever trade the abalone directly for the mandrax?
Yes, with the Chinese guy.
Wow. Feeling relaxed?
Yes.
Abalone boys, that's 50-50. Sometimes nice, sometimes bad.
You can't let this thing smoke you, man. You must smoke him.
And keep it.
This is stuff that I bought. I wanna let them test it for me. He's gonna make a lot of money on the street now. You see now, this is now the best one on the market now. The best one.
A combination of branding and tradition have ensured that Mandrax is always sold in tablet form, despite the fact that it's far from ideal for smoking.
I've been doing the Mandrax for like 28 years, huh?
I've seen people collapse after smoking 5 or 6 consecutive hits, but that was only one hit, and it seems like some really strong stuff.
Yeah, this is a good drug. He knows what is quality and what.
Was gestern kan u? Bloed, waar kon je bloed in gaan? Nee, man, dat is voren. Yes, ja. Lekkie, zij bloei mee, broer. Jou mis bloei mee, broer.
This is what the stuff do. This is the strongest on the market now.
You okay?
Yeah,
Where'd you get cut? Where'd you hit yourself?
I don't.
Less than 3 minutes ago, he was borderline unconscious, bleeding on the ground. Now he's singing and dancing and seems completely fine. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
You gotta take me to the hospital. Just kidding, guys.
I'm really curious what's in these tablets or how strong they are. One goal is certainly to enter a clandestine methaqualone lab. I've always wanted to see how these cooks create methaqualone. Today is the day that Nelson Mandela was released from prison. There are rumors that Wouter Besson had attempted to poison him with a substance that would give him cancer, so that even after he was released, he would be unable to cause the downfall of the apartheid government. So I imagine that Wouter Besson is not actually celebrating this day. It resulted in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which brought to light all of the terrible crimes and all of the unethical medical and scientific research he was conducting. And I could imagine him being annoyed that I call him on this national holiday.
The subscriber you have dialed is not available at present. Please try again later. The subscriber you have dialed is not available at present. Please try again later. The subscriber you have dialed is not available at present. Please try again later.
All right. Well, I'm glad I thought anxiously about that for an hour before doing it. Because Wouter Besson isn't returning my phone calls or emails, I'm unable to find the answers I need for my investigation. What happened to the 2 metric tons of methaqualone that were manufactured for supposed crowd control? I headed to the South African History Archive to see what information I could dig from the remaining documents that have evaded destruction. I think we're going to want a lot of these digitized as well. The trial of Wouter Besson was one of the most expensive trials in the history of South Africa. There are thousands of pages of documents dedicated to investigating his crimes. Even though it's in Afrikaans, I can still make out the names of so many poisons in this writing. Thallium in bottles, VX, sarin, capsules of sodium cyanide, botulism in a beer can, 1 baboon fetus. There's evidence that a lot of methaqualone was manufactured. There's a lot of evidence that would suggest that it wasn't being used as a conventional chemical weapon or a crowd control device. So I'm hoping to meet with an analytical chemist named Etienne Van Zyl, who is responsible for analyzing the methaqualone that was produced under Project Coast.
Hi, Hamilton. Pleased to meet you again.
Good to meet you.
You can either view Besson as a soldier that fought on a government instruction, that did its utmost to fulfill his mission. His mission was to set up a chemical and biological program. But maybe there was excesses, maybe he did things for personal gain. Again, it's not, I cannot confirm that. I've tested chemicals that was seized following the dismantling of Project Coast. As a young forensic scientist, 1997, I was called in to test these substances. I saw lots of brown cardboard drums containing industrial scale chemicals, lots of it. So I've sampled the materials and I found out that these materials that were present at a front lab of the old government of South Africa could be used to make methaqualone. There were sufficient chemicals to make at least 3.5 million tablets. And the methaqualone was one of the substances that was manufactured with the intention of crowd control. Now, if you think about it, how can you control an unruly crowd with methaqualone? You cannot fly over them and disseminate the methaqualone over the crowd. But possibly you can start by getting the crowd hooked on methaqualone. And if they are hooked on methaqualone, that very same crowd will become a more docile crowd.
And on top of that, Project Coast wasn't manufacturing methaqualone in a capacity that seems ideal for use in the conventional crowd control sense. They were pressing it into tablets.
I cannot confirm on that. I don't know if they made it into tablets or not. If it's manufactured into tablet, then it's manufactured for abuse at street level.
Wouter Besson claims to have developed a process for producing weaponized methaqualone tablets that he would load into grenades and mortars. Yet the idea of a grenade carrying a payload of tablets has left most scholars of Project Coast confused, unless the weaponized tablets were intended for human consumption. Chandra Gould is a leading authority on Project Coast, and her book, Secrets and Lies, is the definitive text on the crimes and subsequent trial of Wouter Besson.
There is a very strong suggestion that the mandrax was put into tablet form. Now, obviously, putting it into tablet form isn't consistent with using it for crowd control reasons. It's very difficult to know either whether those tablets made their way into the black market at all, whether they made their way into the black market in South Africa or elsewhere. So there's no clear indication of what happened to the mandrax. One of the characteristics of the chemical and biological weapons program is in fact the amount of freedom that Dr. Besson had to decide what was done and how it was done. Plausible deniability was built into every aspect of this program. And I think that is one of the things that's made it so difficult to unravel the truth.
It's very simple. They must just show me what I did wrong. That's easy. All they need to do is bring one single case of anybody that was either damaged and or hurt in this process, and I live with it. But nobody can do that. I mean, it's been 20 years that this is going on, and there's not a single scratch and or blue mark and or bruise on anybody that can be proven anywhere. So who did I damage and how?
Besson's methaqualone experiments are decades in the past, yet mandrax remains one of the most widely used synthetic drugs in South Africa. In order to explain this strange phenomenon, I had to find the people responsible for manufacturing it. The cooks. On my last visit to South Africa, I went looking for a mandrax kingpin. I started with the street dealers, and then moved up the chain to the street dealer's dealer, then played an aggressive game of pool with the dealer's dealer's dealer, then lost, then won, then lost again, then won. Then finally was introduced to a man who knew not only how to sell mandrax, but how to make it.
Before you get into the manufacturing, you need to start at the sales. I think that's where my interest started.
Was the money?
Yeah. We are in Africa, it's a poor country, no?
Did you ever suspect during that period when you were first learning about anthrax distribution that the government could have been involved?
It was obvious. There was no way. It was too big a project for an individual. It needs chemistry. You must order the machine for pressing, for manufacturing, you know who got the products to South Africa, who got the formula right. The only name that's put with Mandrax in South Africa is Bason. No other name is put to it.
And assuming these guys were part of the apartheid government, if that's what you're suggesting.
There was no way it could have hit the streets at that magnitude, at that time. They had to use black hands. And using those black hands leaked to the business.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it leaked to the business. I don't think that's what they intended. They just let the cat out of the bag and it landed in the wrong people and they used it as a business. A couple of people got rich from it and yeah, it hit the streets and it's a plague now. If he did it to destroy, thinking he's destroying the black nation, he did a bad job because it didn't do that. That didn't happen. It's not an open business for everyone. You need to know someone who's involved in it and you need to trust you. You need to blend in with the right people. That's what you do with your street cred. You gotta show you're a man, you're quite secretive, you can handle your own shit. And if someone is impressed with that, you in.
I started talking chemistry with Mr. Basil, and he invited me to have a look at his operation, even showing me some of the chemicals and equipment his cook would use the following day.
Are these guys scary kinds of people, or is it like a pretty calm business?
It's not a calm business.
It's not calm?
It's scary.
Oh, they are, wow.
Yeah.
I woke up at 6 the next morning, prepared to see the lab I'd been waiting for, but instead was met with an unforeseen obstacle.
So we came here to shoot inside a clandestine methadone lab, and even though we'd scheduled it for a certain time, they said that the chemist wasn't ready, and instead they wanted us to shoot a music video. We've already shot bedroom scene. Now we're shooting a scene where we walk down the street together, singing the lyrics in unison. Do you think we could do that later tonight when it's dark, or did you want to do it now, or what is the...
I wanted to use this element of the...
Okay, I see. Okay, so let's do it now. Let's do it now. To incorporate this car skidding theme into the music video, and it's sort of a condition for us to do this before we can get into the methadone lab, so. Oh man. All right. I was closing my jacket so that if the car bursts into flames, that I might have some protection. Our tire just exploded. This is really fun. It is like an amazing carnival ride. I really enjoyed it. I'd like to do it again.
Just when I began to expect the lab was an elaborate ruse to get a free music video, I found myself in the back of a truck, which was loaded with 1 kilogram of N-acetylanthranilic acid and a liter of ortho-toluidine, the same precursors that are illegally imported and exchanged for abalone.
We're on our way to the Mandrax lab. The chemist is getting pH strips to monitor the reaction, and I guess once he has those, will be time to start the synthesis.
were secretly taken to an undisclosed location to finally see the lab.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you don't have to cover your whole face even. You could just do half or something like that. Do you enjoy cooking it?
Yes, because I know when I'm finished cooking it, I have money. You know?
All right, so show me how you do it.
Yeah, this is Ava. This is OT. We call it OT, it's ortho-toluidine.
Yeah.
I close it. I waited until it reaches temperature.
And are you worried about the fumes? Should we get away from it now while it's cooking? Do you know that this is toxic, the ortho-toluidine? It's not good for you.
When I go to the toilet, there was blood.
There was blood in your...
Yeah. Because I was using this thing.
Blood in your urine?
Yeah.
You know it's known to cause bladder cancer.
Blood cancer?
Bladder cancer.
Okay.
Though the mechanism of the condensation is yet to be firmly established, it seems that inside the pot, as the temperature climbs toward 200 degrees Celsius, a reaction between the near equimolar quantities of ortho-toluidine and N-acetylanthranilic acid begins with a carbonyl addition initiated by lone pair electrons on the toluidine amine, which generates a Zwitter ionic intermediate that, after a series of proton transfers from the ammonium cation and carboxylic acid, allows oxonium to leave as water. The water is removed by heat, driving an otherwise reversible reaction forward. An amidine intermediate undergoes a concerted cyclization, producing the quinazolinone after an additional proton transfer and the loss of a second oxonium as water, producing methaqualone.
The smell is very strong. You can smell the ortho-toluidine in the air. The cook is currently boiling off the water before he transfers the reaction mix into a tub. It smells like ortho-toluidine, which smells like burning rubber, which smells like cancer. That's a cancer-y smell, I'd say. He's about to prepare methaqualone freebase with this bucket of aqueous sodium hydroxide. That's a smell I like.
Me, I don't like it. Make my body itch.
Makes you itchy. Do you ever smoke the material yourself?
No. Never smoke it.
The cook just added a concentrated sodium hydroxide solution to the crude reaction mixture that's liberating the methaqualone freebase as well as ortho-toluidine freebase, and it's boiling, and it's a black tar. What is the step after this? What comes after this?
It must change to flour.
To what?
To flour. We'll see it.
Does this look good? Are you happy with the way it's going?
When it's doing like this, I know that there's money in my pocket.
Something very interesting just happened. He had the crude reaction mixture of the hydrochloride salt. He added aqueous sodium hydroxide. It was a paste. There was some difficulty mixing the two, and then almost spontaneously, the mixture solidified into a powder. What pH do you want it to be?
7.
7. What is it now?
It's 13 now.
He's now filtering the neutralized reaction mixture, which is around pH 7, through a pillowcase. This is pH 7, right?
Yeah.
Is that a special pillowcase you use?
Yeah. You must use the white one, not the black one or the red one.
Why is that?
For the color.
Before you were working this job, did you have other jobs?
No. I was stealing cars.
So you went from stealing cars to
like this.
Organic synthesis.
Yeah.
So this is about 800 grams of methaqualone freebase.
He filtered the freebase through a pillowcase because it's insoluble in water. It remained in the pillowcase while all of the other reactants, I hope, washed through the filter. 800 grams is 4,000 doses. It's ready to be pressed into tablets after it's dried. As sodium N-acetylanthranilate washed down the drain and up the great sewage ducts of Soweto, into the Indian Ocean and across the gills of what abalone remain in the coastal waters of South Africa, I felt a sense of gratitude for everything I'd learned and a newfound appreciation for the mysteries that remain.
It's opened just a new book for me now. Now I'm really interested in why he did it and how business or the warfare, whichever, we need to know the truth.
Wouter Besson continues to practice medicine with impunity and has started a new career as a motivational speaker.
Jy weet nie wie al gearresteer is nie, maar as jy pak keer aan as jy sê hulle behandel jou effe mooier. Maak vir jou 'n dag jou rug vasneem. Jy moet net nie lyk as jy gearresteer word nie. Pak keer dit.
The ruthlessness of it all has never fully been exposed.
Scott Pastora.
Pastora.
Allow me to introduce you to the most unusual trans-neoclaridane diterpene found in nature. Its origins are obscure, its natural distribution controversial. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. For years, I've hoped to see this ovate leaf in its natural habitat. It's new to our culture, but familiar to the shamans who've cultivated the plant for generations. This is the story of Salvia divinorum. There's a plant that holds a special place in my heart. It's a rare, perennial sage called Salvia divinorum that's only been found growing in a 200 square mile decagon of mountain wilderness in Oaxaca, Mexico. The plant is consumed ceremonially by the indigenous Mazatec people, who refer to it as Ska Pastora, or the shepherdess. Glandular trichomes lining the underside of its leaves secrete a resin containing salvinorin A, the world's most potent, naturally occurring psychedelic. For generations, Mazatec shamans were the only ones with intimate knowledge of salvia's psychoactivity. But in the 1990s, it entered the commercial market as a smokable extract that often frightened users who were unprepared for its extraordinary potency. I first became interested in salvia as a teenager when I extracted and purified salvinorin A, leading to a lifelong interest in psychedelics and chemistry. I'm even working on a new extraction procedure with my friend, Dr. Monroe. But my investigation into salvia is far from complete. I want to meet those who are most devoted to understanding the plant, and finally, to search for it in its natural habitat. Scientists have been studying Salvia divinorum since the 1950s. However, the most important discovery didn't come from a university lab, but from the kitchen of an amateur botanist named Daniel Siebert.
I need to send him some cuttings of that, because then I can...
Though Siebert wasn't the first to use salvia or isolate salvinorins, he was the first person to have what is now considered a typical smoked salvia experience.
When you totally lose every connection to your body and the physical world, it's pretty hard to be comfortable with that. And I can see why the Mazatecs used it as a ceremonial medicine, because it does this. It gets you into this internal space where you can kind of see things more clearly. At least it can if you use it with that intention. It was a really obscure plant. I just kind of grew it as an interesting curiosity in my collection. People thought that the plant only worked if you chewed fresh leaves. I thought one thing I haven't tried is making an extract according to a published procedure that I had come across for extracting Salvinornae. So I did that in my kitchen, and I've experimented with lots of different plant extracts before, and never seen an extract that looked like that. It just had this iridescent sparkliness about it. And then I thought, wait a minute, that's probably crystals in suspension. Sure enough, you could see little crystals floating around in there. And I just thought, wait a minute, maybe I should test a little bit of it. I waited a little while and didn't seem like anything was happening. And then all of a sudden, I was just gone to this reality. I was just in some disembodied state, completely disorientating, and I didn't know where I was. Suddenly, I noticed that it wasn't my house, that it was my grandparents' house, the way it was when I was a child. And not only was I in the wrong place, it seemed like I was in the wrong place in history. It was scary. I thought I had died. I didn't know what happened. I was just gone. And then eventually, somehow, I did come back to my house and looked around. I just was like, wow, that was amazing and weird. I'm so glad to be alive. And then it hit me like, this is it. This is the chemical that's responsible for the mind-altering effects of Salvinornae. No question about it.
Siebert's kitchen extraction opened the door to the commercialization of salvia, first as a curiosity for the psychedelic elite, and soon after as a fixture in head shops across the country.
So now people knew that the plant contained a powerful hallucinogen and how to go about getting effects from it.
Entrepreneurs recognized the opportunity to profit from a new drug that was both potent and legal, and supplied salvia to a public with no understanding of the plant or its origins. The effects of smoked salvia extracts are dramatic. Immediate onset, short duration, and a complete loss of connection to consensus reality. And starting in 2005, a video hosting service called YouTube made it possible to share these once private experiences with the entire world. The videos were like nothing I'd ever seen. They were riveting and hilarious. But few users seemed to enjoy the experience, and most tried it only once. However, one person built an empire.
Hello, and welcome to Gardening on Salvia. I'm Eric, your host.
With nothing more than a video camera, a bong, and a bag of 20x salvia extract.
I couldn't think of any person who loved salvia just because of the weirdness of doing it.
Hello, and welcome to Driving on Salvia. I'm Eric, your host. You're gonna hold it in for about 20 seconds, or until your vision begins to vibrate.
How did you first find out about salvia?
My friends went out and bought some and tried it, came over and they were like, Eric, this stuff is hilarious. And we watched a couple of YouTube videos. And I was like, this is what it does to people? They're like, yeah, try it. And I was like, all right. And so I smoked it in the living room over there and just kind of faded out. It's like you're trapped inside of a kaleidoscope feeling a little bit. You can lose any sense of reality while you're on it. The joke is that you can't get anything done on this shit ever. And it's just like a how-to video. And you just take a hit of salvia beforehand every time.
First, step one is we're gonna smoke our salvia.
Would you say that you were having a spiritual experience during those videos?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely a spiritual experience, but it was like a battle every time I smoked it. I don't like losing control, and that's exactly what salvia is. It just takes over. You're just like uncomfortable, but also very funny, so it's completely worth making videos of.
What began as a simple household gag went viral, And for Eric, there was no turning back.
For some reason, it connects with a shitload of people.
News coverage, such as this segment on ABC's Nightline,
Type in the word salvia.
sensationalized a drug that most users found unpleasant and few had tried more than once.
Out of their minds.
Their scare stories served to incite a moral panic about salvia's perceived dangers.
Miley Cyrus allegedly tried it.
Everything changed in 2010 when Miley Cyrus was recorded smoking a salvia extract and mistook Friday Night Lights actor Gray Damon for her at-the-time ex-boyfriend but future fiancé, Liam Hemsworth. Officials were quick to condemn it and cited videos such as those by Salvia Eric as evidence of the drug's abuse.
Excuse me. I have to go to space now.
As of 2016, salvia has been prohibited in 26 states and controlled in most others.
The easy access that folks have to this drug is very disconcerting.
I was blown away when I saw my comedy drug video with a cat in it getting played in front of a room full of legislators.
A little cat jumps up on the front of the car. They don't know how to handle it. He sees monsters there.
They passed his bill in 2011, despite the fact that it has probably some medical use.
Do you feel any personal responsibility?
I want to say no, because I'd like to think that anyone should be able to make fun of anything. Now I'm not quite so sure, because it seemed to just have gotten it into a whole hell of a lot of trouble.
Although the videos helped contribute to the drug's prohibition, they also provided an unprecedented data set.
Hi, I'm Hamilton.
I'm Tim.
James Lang is a sociologist who wanted to study how salvia is used in a naturalistic environment.
YouTube was an amazing archive of experiences of this drug, and they resolve within the time frame of a typical YouTube video. So you could actually document an entire trip. Things like coordination loss, speaking difficulties. The hand to the face, that kept happening as well. Sort of hysterical laughter. These are all clues to say what parts of the brain is being affected by this drug. It's really common to see folks try to leave the environment. It has something to do with kind of a fight or flight, coordination loss. Some have criticized these sort of videos as tarnishing the entheogenic approach to salvia, where people are using it for some sort of spiritual purpose. These are documents of people's use of drugs, and we can learn from them.
Oh, God.
The American salvia revolution would have never occurred without the work of a small group of Mexican researchers who identified the plant, studied its chemistry, and documented its use by the indigenous Mazatecs of Oaxaca. In 1973, Mexican psychiatrist Jose Luis Diaz participated in a traditional salvia ceremony and published his findings in a seminal report, Ethnopharmacology and Taxonomy of Mexican Psychodyspeptic Plants.
The salvia plant extract, is that used frequently in Mexico?
The extract?
Yeah.
I understand it is, but I have never seen it used.
Shamanic history is something that people in the United States are not entirely familiar with, and you did important early work on that subject.
It was quite an adventure. It was my first field trip, so it was quite important in my academic and personal life. It was the first time that somebody reported shamanic ceremony and participant ceremony with salvia. For the Mazatecs, all of these plants are sacred, are actually incarnations of deities. When we went in 1973, there was no previous information about what Salvia divinorum did. We were lucky to find a Mazatec Indian. He was quite careful at the beginning. He sent me to a shaman, a lady called Julia Aurelia Palacios. Fortunately, she had a nephew, an apprentice, who was more or less bilingual, so we were able to communicate. It was the first time, actually, that shaman had been in contact with a non-Mazatec person. What she did was to question me carefully about what my intentions were, and finally she understood that I was interested in witnessing a divination ceremony. The ceremonies are very interesting from a psychopharmacologist's point of view, because they are expression of a deep knowledge of the plant and its effects that has been gathered from generation to generation for many years.
No one has ever recorded a video of those ceremonies, and there's very little written about it.
As far as I know, there's no well-done recording of a salvia ceremony.
"40 years have passed since Diaz did his fieldwork in the Sierra Mazateca, and I hope to learn if the traditions he observed have remained the same."
You recorded the ceremony that you had. What happened to those recordings?
In one of those trips, it disappeared. It was quite a loss.
Wow, so this could be very interesting if we're able to find someone.
I know. The chant is magnificent. When one, as a Western scientist, goes to an Indian community, there are two worlds colliding in a certain sense.
Huautla de Jimenez was first made famous in psychedelic circles, not for salvia, but for psilocybin-containing mushrooms. But that's another story. The road to Huautla from Mexico City is 200 miles, the final 40 of which are bent into 378 hairpin turns lined with crosses marking the location of fatal accidents.
Been traveling for 12 hours and still haven't arrived, but I'm very excited to reach this secluded mountain town. It's the place where Salvia divinorum was introduced to the Western world, and without this small town, the plant would be unknown. We are arriving in Huautla. There's mushrooms painted on every store. As soon as you enter, you know that this is a place that prides itself for its mushroom history. I don't think salvia is even really sold here.
When Spanish colonists arrived in Mexico, they persecuted or killed those who refused to abandon their traditional beliefs. Many indigenous groups preserved their spiritual practices within a Christian framework, resulting in a syncretic religion that worships plants, fungi, and Catholic saints simultaneously. After I followed a procession through the street, I met a locally renowned shaman named Julieta, who invited me back to her house and offered to perform a salvia ceremony. But when I asked if I could film the ceremony, she accused me of being a druggie and referred me to another shaman named Inez. Inez offered me a fine cigar and a cigarette chaser, but she told me she never used salvia and suggested I speak with a shaman named Filigonio. Filigonio had used salvia, but only when the mushrooms weren't in season. He invited me to partake in a mushroom ceremony, which I said I'd consider later. Outside Filigonio's house, I met an alcohol enthusiast who knew about UFOs, but not much else. So I headed back to my hotel in defeat. I'm worried that I can't convince people that my intentions in this research are pure. And salvia is a drug that means a lot to me. It was the first psychedelic drug I ever used. It was what got me interested in psychedelic drugs and psychoactive drugs in general. And to be able to see firsthand the way they do it and how they choose the appropriate dose and how they care for the plants and how they prepare the leaves, all that would be amazing. How they sing during the rituals. I would love to see all of those things. On my second day in Huautla, I contacted a trilingual local named Luis. He spoke English, Spanish, and Mazatec.
Hey, ¿qué tal?
He offered to take me to an area where he heard wild salvia could be found. On the way, he told me of the nearby caves, which are some of the deepest in the Western Hemisphere and feature prominently in the superstitions of the Mazatec.
Estamos aquí, estamos aquí. Es por acá.
Is that whistling a big part of the Mazatec language?
Yeah, whistling, yeah. It's because we have this tonal language and we can have a conversation by whistling.
Tonal language?
Tonal language, yeah, like Chinese.
Luis mentioned the local legend of a goatman apparition called El Chato, who's known to stalk the caves and offer passers-by enormous sums of money in exchange for their penises.
Bienvenido a la caverna.
Should we go in?
I don't know.
Is it dangerous?
Yeah, mucha gente se ha perdido aquí en estas cuevas.
Wait, it's like an altar? What is it? There's a mysterious plank laid across these two stones. What it means and why it's here, I can't say. I've heard conflicting reports about whether or not these caves have any role in the traditional healing ceremonies, but they're certainly amazing to look at.
¿Todo bien?
It's amazing inside.
Sí. He told me that we need to go.
While I was exploring the cave, Luis had spoken to the son of a shaman who agreed to meet us up the road. Nacho was his name, and he seemed to know exactly where he was going.
¿Y tú para qué venís hasta acá a probar la salvia? Si allá también puedes conseguir.
I want to see how people are able to get the full benefits of the plant, how people are able to use the plant responsibly.
La salvia no es cualquier cosa tomar por tomar. No son drogas para nosotros. Es una planta medicinal. ¿Lo vamos a meter por acá?
Is the salvia that we're looking for growing in the wild, or is someone cultivating it?
Mira, la salvia aquí nace solito. Aquí es la planta de salvia. Todo esto, lo que ves acá, son salvia. Tú puedes cortar las hojas nada más y dejamos el tallo para que crezca más. Tú lo vas a cortar porque tú lo vas a consumir.
Okay. It has a very distinctive square stem. The plant can then fall over and sprout new roots. How many leaves would you recommend I take?
Mira, 30 hojas y que sean frescos.
See. The leaves are traditionally collected in pairs, so I'm trying to do the same thing.
Toma, lo conservas ahí.
See. 28, 29. One more leaf. I've selected 30 Salvia divinorum leaves from different plants. They vary in size and color and freshness. It's an amazing opportunity to try this plant.
With 30 leaves as my ticket, I was taken to meet Nacho's mother, the Salvia shaman.
Usted le das a la jefa.
Hola.
Sí. Está bueno. Ga jefa hecho ta ni jefa ai Mexico na hua ai ni na si hena. Ungu kine to ja to tiki chuta jemele ndishka jopa kijo isa toa ijo sashkon hebe.
Y to quasi cine escuela. Cuando hauko yala, to richena niki yashi bakale la.
Gata be chuta chinganga sa inja to tsenia. Kuini shi che chuta chinganga sa gatsi kei le ni tanga machine hunga sa anga kwatse.
Where I live in the United States, salvia is considered a problem because many people make videos of themselves using the plant that make the plant look ridiculous.
Nyoshko ninga kosesi kwa nendishka jukwa nga tohe kwa ninganda si onganda gaji pastora mi heshka jukwa be kuita kite ni nananga sa ikinja hini tierra gata kite.
Y más tarde nos vamos al río donde tú puedas viajar tranquilo.
That sounds good. That's bueno.
Di mandishke nika. Nyo kwa respeto vicha ale he jukwabi.
The Mazatecs administer salvia in two ways, as a strained juice and rolled leaves, which are chewed and swallowed.
Ihina kini soji siuyeni ki chena. Nga yihe jotin. Nga yihene roteshkabe nga isi nga kwa nga siuyale nga kwa nandale. Katabila na he. Ya Madre, en nombre del Padre, del Hijo, Espíritu Santo. Você kata sukule kandalas kanjalas kaskiles kayoles kachindere. Kata maisena nanya kinda yando kata maisena na Espíritu. He, pastora he. Kata Madre. Ya.
I barely feel the salvia effect at all, but the liquid is incredibly bitter. There's quite a bit left.
Ya te sale María llena de gracia. Sí. señoras que piden todo eso. El Hijo Espíritu Santo, Dios Santo, Marte Santo, Dios Santo, Fuerte. Di nana pastora, di isere, di gioiale, di aistina, di schiri, di scari, di nana pastora, di secoli, tama gioiale. Dai l'ingagno, l'ingacciale, la schiri, la scari, ma se di secoli, di nana pastora.
After consuming all 30 leaves, there's no visual distortion, no auditory distortion. I am resistant to the effect, or I'm not experiencing much. Is that a bad thing? Should I be looking for a higher effect or appreciating a low effect?
Kiso kasi kauna ito chuta, kiso kasi kauna sa meso kwatina, sa meso hesi tina ndena, sa tiso metina, kiso kasi kauna, nyo so ni shishi kauna, kwasi kauna.
It was a beautiful ceremony, but the drug effect is very mild. Do you want me to carry anything for you? Do you carry your bag?
No. Vamos? No.
Tomorrow I'm going to meet with the shaman again. I'm going to try a higher dose. I may chew the leaves instead of drinking the aqueous extract as I did today.
It took researchers decades to understand Salvia divinorum's activity, and my experience drinking its juice explains why. Salvinorin A is unlike any other naturally occurring psychedelic. It's an unusually large molecule that lacks a basic nitrogen. It's insoluble in water and rapidly hydrolyzed by enzymes in the intestine. As a result, the leaves lose all activity when swallowed and must be absorbed through prolonged contact with mucous membranes. When I returned to Francisca's house, she told me my clothing had scared away the spirit of the plant, and it would be necessary for me to wear the traditional clothes of a Huateco man.
We're about to go out and hunt for Salvia divinorum in the moonlight. And they told me that I had to keep my hand inside the shell. Okay, there's so much here. Wow. There's probably 50 or 60 the biggest salvia plants I've ever seen.
Está bonito. Allá, tú empiezas a cortar todos esos.
Bueno, dímelo.
30 leaves. Many of them have been extensively eaten by insects.
A ver, está limpia. Dale cuandar na chone. Dice que Mire. Come. Así. Siéntate. Acá. Ani si nishkali, ni sakatamandaya no shala, sakatamandaya, janyule. Sana skakatazo, sakatacha, sakatazo, sakatawana, ekatawanata. ¿Cómo se llama?
Hamilton.
Gasinganda na amito. Ho inda ho nangi amito. Gasinganda to inda to nangi. Tichiko son tichiko tai. Chati shkiri, chati chuyali, ni pastora.
I can feel it now.
Si.
It's a very good, beautiful feeling. It's a beautiful sensation.
Ho inda nangi. Ho ja ho nangi. Dai. Kwa vena chung. Kwa la. Shi ni he ta le he. Shi ti na nga mi.
My visual field was dominated by a singular, intense light source that gradually enveloped me.
The light and this seashell that I was given in these leaves, every sensation is as if it's pulling me back into my chair. And the sound of the music, it's turning into waves, lips that are then pouring over me. And everything is very hot. And it's truly amazing.
As the Salvinorin A coursed through my blood, I reached a state of bliss I never knew possible.
Oh, it's coming over me. It's almost indescribable in its sensation. It's such a strange, flowing, full body shape weight that's pouring over me. Oh my God.
Gasingandan ashtina disequin. City chicoson de chicotaya, tali condale, tali combination. Gasinganda to in that onangindina na pastora. Oh, you sing honganda, honja, honangi. No, peta, no, peta, post. City chicoson, chicota, indina, ashtina disequin.
Can we lay down? Is that possible?
Si, si, si. Si, 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 si. Si, 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 si. Aparami, ayami, aparami, si. Dice coyendina, ashtina, você de chicoção, de chicotangina, ashtina. Dice coyendina.
Shaman Francisca initiated a series of rites to summon the spirit of the plant and used different techniques to physically distribute the medicine through my body. It had taken hold of me, and I became vulnerable to every gesture, every incantation offered by the shaman. I reached a transformed state of being when the shaman asked me to dance.
Bueno. Watch, sir. Así. Da bonito hasta pastora.
As I danced with the shaman under the moonlight, I felt the rhythm of the salvia from my machete to my conch.
Pastora. Está bueno. Acá, siéntate. Siéntate allá. Sí. Cuando ya te cogí, tengo combinación.
Wow. That is amazing. It's not over at all. I don't even know how long it's been. I have no idea how long it's been. 2:24. So it has been hours. Scott Pastora.
Sí.
An amazing plant.
Está bonito, pastora.
This is the greatest plant.
From a person interested in consciousness like I am, I just have to respect the degree of sophistication and of subtlety that these people have concerning consciousness states. This is what it's all about. The central thing is consciousness. And these people are sophisticated consciousness experts.
Está bien. Está bien. Osanja kira. Tovela kwehiva ye.
Oh, it's just amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, sorry, I should say gracias, 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 gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This songs were very beautiful.
Last night I had my first traditional salvia ceremony in Huautla de Jimenez, and it was an amazing experience, and I'm going to leave Huautla loving it even more than I did before. Last night was one of the best experiences of my life.
Sí, es normal. Y para ti fue bonito, ¿no? Porque se lo tomaste con respeto.
What did your mother think of the ceremony last night?
Mi madre piensa que estuvo un viaje bonito y viajaste fuerte.
Did she not like that I laughed or that I lay on the ground, or is that typical for these ceremonies?
No, fue normal con Salvia. Pues yo te deseo mejor el viaje allá.
Gracias.
I kind of feel like I'm not allowed back there anymore.
Because you've hurt the salvia gods?
I never really did it with the best of intentions.
You should write a letter.
Here we go. I am rolling. Hey everybody, welcome to Apologizing to the Salvia Gods on Salvia. I'm Eric, your host, and this is Hamilton. And man, I'll tell you, I really got Salvia in a lot of trouble, so I'm here to apologize to the Salvia Gods on Salvia, and it reads, Dear Salvia Gods, I am sorry I got you guys in trouble with my inappropriate videos. Now I'm gonna go bring them this letter. Let's take a hit of our Salvia. Okay, now you want to hold that in until your vision begins to vibrate because it's going to hit you real quick. So I better get this thing ready to go. Let me just pack that up. Right there. Hey, Hamilton. You think I got a hit?
I think you did.
Oh, man, am I just doing the thing? I just... Fuck.
Adiós, no perdonas ni perdona mi Señor.
Oh, what a strange sensation. It's not for everyone. If Salvia could talk, it would go, stop smoking me. Leave me alone. Let the shamans do it.
Perdona, perdón, perdón, mi perdón.
The Zapotec Indians believed that fungi would emerge as a response to lightning striking the earth. Now, we understand that mushrooms exist to release spores into the environment. But why some produce psilocybin has yet to be explained. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. They grew in hiding for hundreds of years. Now, their fruits are ready to be seen. This is the story of psilocybin-containing mushrooms. I'd been hoping to interview a clandestine mushroom grower for months, but expected them to be a secretive and untrusting bunch. I knew I'd have to use advanced investigatory tactics to infiltrate their inner circle. So it was on Instagram that I found a mushroom syndicate named Mycomob, who I knew possessed the skills and experience to tell me about the inner workings of the underground mushroom trade. A few PMs and emojis later, I was on my way to meet them, eye to eye.
Driving to this undisclosed location that I will not name on camera because it houses one of the largest clandestine mushroom grow rooms in North America. This grow room is capable of producing tens of pounds of mushrooms every week. Oh, wow. Very nice. Do you want to tell me about all these tubs or what's going on right now? What am I looking at?
Well, these are all mono tubs. Just the one strain golden teacher going on right now.
Why golden teacher?
It's a good strain that people will enjoy and stuff like that and rarely have bad trips from.
What is the demand?
Very high.
How high?
Well, we can sell them as fast as we grow them.
Since the beginning of clandestine mushroom cultivation, virtually all growers have favored the same species, Psilocybe cubensis. It's not the largest or the most potent, but it's highly adaptable to the needs of humans who control its artificial propagation. After decades of genetic manipulation, these strains won't survive in nature without the human hand. And humans couldn't have bred them without the guiding hand of nature.
How does someone learn to do this?
Internet. Lots of research, lots of trial and error.
It seems very friendly to me, but I guess this is also a somewhat sketchy thing.
It's definitely still illegal. That's why we're wearing masks.
Like a room where a surgical procedure is performed, a mushroom grow chamber must be almost completely sterile as possible, because any contamination that enters these bins could destroy the entire crop. And this crop represents months of work, years of research, and thousands of dollars. Oh, wow.
Some pretty decent sized pins. It'll be full-size mushrooms within a day, maybe 2 days.
Just the fact that you have to disguise your identity says a lot about this sort of work. What do you think about the laws surrounding mushrooms?
Well, I think they were created by people who had no idea about anything about mushrooms. Most people that do make those laws, they've never tried these things. They're probably the worst person to ask, the least informed.
Could you tell me a little bit about how this sort of work differs from other realms in the drug dealing world?
Well, I'd say it's a lot safer, that's for sure. Being a meth dealer and a heroin dealer, you'd definitely be susceptible to a lot of the dangers of the street, right? Like, mushrooms are a pretty calm market. People don't really have, like, battles or wars, or it's not really as contested over as a lot of other drug markets.
It's more peaceful.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Have you heard anything about the way people use these mushrooms in Mexico?
Ritualistic ceremonies?
What do you know about them?
I don't know much at all.
Have you heard about Maria Sabina?
Nope.
No. What is that?
She was an important mushroom shamanist who was considered responsible for introducing mushrooms to the world. outside Mexico.
With the international abundance of psilocybin-containing fungi, it's hard to imagine that a mere 60 years ago, their existence was only known to a small number of indigenous healers. But that was changed by the work of a Mazatec shaman, Maria Sabina.
Hola, me llamo Hamilton. Estoy en Huautla de Jiménez, una ciudad muy famosa por los hongos mágicos.
Permiso, señora. ¿Usted sabe una casa de María Sabina? ¿Sí? ¿Qué es? Gracias. ¿Usted sabe dónde queda la casa de María Sabina? Sí. Hola. Permiso, señora. ¿Usted sabe dónde queda la casa de María Sabina?
No, él está lejos, allí en el hospital.
Ah, sí.
Allí es.
Gracias.
Ajá.
Vamos a la casa de María Sabina.
Oaxaca is one of the poorest states in Mexico, and these indigenous regions are especially poor.
They are high in the mountains, and it's certainly not convenient in terms of accessing the rest of the world. So it's an unlikely place to be as developed as it is. They have internet here, there's hot water and electricity, and most of that is thanks to Maria Sabina.
Maria Sabina was a locally renowned shaman who used mushrooms ceremonially for spiritual and diagnostic purposes. But she became world famous when she introduced her mushrooms to a banker named Gordon Wasson, who wrote a widely read article about the mushrooms in 1957. This led to the Western world's first exposure to the concept of magic mushrooms. Countercultural celebrities like John Lennon, Bob Dylan, Janis Joplin, and to a lesser extent, Pele, are reported to have made pilgrimages to Huautla to experience one of Maria Sabina's famous mushroom ceremonies. As a result, Huautla de Jimenez became the most populous and prosperous town in the Sierra Mazateca. At the home of Maria Sabina, I met with her grandson Filigonio Garcia, who studied under her as a child and became a mushroom shaman himself.
But now I understand that no one in Huautla is collecting their own mushrooms. How does that work?
I left Filigonio with the hopes of observing a mushroom ceremony, but at the height of the dry season, the crucial ingredient was missing. Huaula is an unusual city. It's famous for mushrooms. People come here to undergo traditional mushroom ceremonies. They come here to buy mushrooms, but it's not a place people go to hunt for mushrooms. The spots where the mushrooms grow are very secret. They're places that the shamans don't necessarily even know about themselves. There are a small number of people in this community that go out into the mountains and they collect mushrooms, and they don't tell anyone where they find them because that's their source of income. There are 3 species of mushroom recognized by the Mazatec shaman: San Isidro, or Psilocybe cubensis, Pajaritos, or Psilocybe mexicana, and the Durumbe, which can be either Psilocybe caerulescens or Psilocybe zapotecorum. But finding them in the wild has proven to be difficult. I met with a local mushroom enthusiast outside my hotel who told me he didn't know where they grew, but suggested I talk to an artist who uses mushrooms to inspire his paintings.
Un hongo en el ojo.
Sí.
Me gusta.
The artist showed me his work, but also didn't know where they grew, and told me to talk to his friend Jose, who composes mushroom-inspired music. Jose played me a few of his songs, but said he hadn't seen fresh mushrooms for months, and mentioned a friend named Charlie who had.
Great.
Thanks.
Charlie had been indulging in cane spirits.
Yo llevo ahorita como 4 días, 5 días, día y noche tomando.
But assured me I wouldn't have trouble finding mushrooms for a ceremony.
Que nadie les diga que no, no, no.
And offered me the phone number of a local named Gerardo. When I texted Gerardo, he responded with a photo depicting caerulescens of unspeakable enormity. And so the hunt began. The next day I met with Gerardo to discuss his tantalizing caerulescens photo, and he told me of a private mountaintop garden where the mushrooms grow.
Si tenemos esa fe de encontrarlo, pues sí, podemos encontrarlo.
Maria Sabina's great-grandson was as interested as I was, so he tagged along.
Ahí donde vamos precisamente es porque destilan el aguamiel de la caña, y de la caña sale pues el bagazo, allí se tira y entonces ahí brotan esos niños que ayer les mostré. Esta es la gran caminata para sacar todo lo malo que hay dentro del cuerpo. Es colesterol o cualquier cosa. Del cigarro aquí sale todo.
Hola, señor.
At the top of the mountain, we arrived at the home of a man named Amalfo, who's cultivating mushrooms in a fenced-off garden, fertilized with sugarcane pulp.
Oh, wow. There's actually hundreds of Psilocybe caerulescens. They're the largest I've ever seen. They're just enormous. Textbook Psilocybe caerulescens. The hygrophanous cap, you can see that the margin is 2 different colors from moisture, and they are absolutely amazing. They're very potent by weight. They contain high levels of psilocin and psilocybin.
Es chulada de hongo, ¿no? Así. Ya tiene toda la hora.
I've never seen so many of this type of mushroom before. It's amazing. This mushroom is very rare where I come from. Why are these mushrooms so large?
Sería esto el principio de la sabiduría. El principio de la sabiduría para que lo tomes con fe. Con fe lo tomes. No le quites la tierrita y ese. Todo.
The whole thing?
Sí. Hay que comer esto. Todo.
Well, that's nice. Gracias.
Así es del tamaño del Dios el Rey de Reyes y el Señor de Señores, ¿no? Como dice la Biblia. ¿Le puedo dar un abrazo?
Ah. Gracias.
Sí, yo te agarro la escalera. Sale, sale. Ah, ahí va. No tengas miedo. No tengas miedo. No tengas miedo.
Oh, wow. It's a lot of dried mushrooms. So you are able to dry these mushrooms. 10 ounces of dried psilocybe caerulescens up here. This really is a magical garden that you have. Unbelievable. Are these all from this season? So I think this is where the cane processing goes on. I can already see probably 100 drying mushrooms over here on this altar with a depiction of Jesus. And here there are thousands more. Wow. Your friend who brought me here was encouraging me to eat the mushrooms outside of a medical or ceremonial context. What do you think of that? And that's an internal thing? I do that silently in my head? So I'm starting to trip from the mushrooms that your friend gave me. What do you think I should do?
All
right. It's very beautiful.
Far from the city center of Huautla, Amalfo lived in relative isolation. He spoke no Spanish and truly believed mushrooms are a sacrament that should never be exchanged for money.
All these mushrooms were just picked from the garden, and they're amazing looking.
As a parting gift, he insisted I take a bag of fresh psilocybe caerulescens from his garden for ceremonial use.
People that love mushrooms, mycophiles, have their own rituals and traditions when they hunt for mushrooms. One of them is taking spore prints, which aids identification, but also allows someone to save the spores of the mushroom, which is the entire biological purpose that the mushroom exists. It allows you to propagate the mushroom, it allows you to verify the identity of the species, and it's one of the only ways of preserving something that otherwise begins to deteriorate very quickly.
Spore prints have been used to identify mushrooms for almost 200 years. But not everyone is using spores for taxonomic analysis. Fungi reproduce by releasing spores into the environment. Like seeds, the spores germinate once they've found a suitable substrate, but unlike seeds, they're haploid and require the genetic material from another spore to produce a dikaryotic fungus capable of sexual reproduction. A single mushroom can release tens of thousands of them into the environment.
What I'm doing here is putting some spores on a couple sterilized agar dishes that I got here.
Agar is a gelatinous growth substrate obtained from seaweed that's widely used for isolating pure cultures.
Cyanazin spores, lighter, craft knife, scalpel thing.
In nature, fungi can live in harmony with other organisms, but when isolated from their natural environment and placed on high nutrient media, the presence of competing microorganisms creates a fierce battle between the desired fungus and a diverse ecology of contaminants.
Most of the stuff that I've learned is just general information on the internet that I've just done experiments with other things and different variables and came up with a method that works. I want to scrape up some of this print.
Several prints.
It's a ton of prints.
Whenever anyone collects mushroom spores in the wild, they can be used for this sort of a process to inoculate either agar or even grain, and then you can select a strain and transfer it into a suitable growth substrate.
These are from nature, so it's pretty hard to tell how clean they're going to be or any of that. Put the craft knife down, screw the tops on.
After an agar wedge is removed and has been used to inoculate a jar of sterilized grain, the jar is ready to spend the next month in a dark room where it begins to colonize. The mycelium is a dense web of microscopic fibers that can be seen by the naked eye as it engulfs and consumes its substrate.
Welcome to our abode.
Oh, wow, this is huge.
This is where the magic before the magic happens. The mycelium is growing from one grain to another. It's taken over the whole jar. It looks beautiful. You know, it just looks flawless.
How many jars are here?
Down here, they have enough to make about 8 more totes. So totes. After we clone them, jar to jar, or we put some spores in there, they all come into here so that they can inoculate. It takes a lot of work. Cleaning stuff, shaking up these jars, fatting them.
So why do it?
Growing shit. Everybody loves growing shit. People like watching babies grow and shit. I like watching these babies grow. But that and the money, you know?
There's another type of mycophile who cares not for cultivation, but for the thrill of discovering new species in the wild.
Here's a little marasmius. Oh, wow, look at that. Arscalpium vulgare. This is an amanita from section Vahinate. Oh, wow. That is Psilocybe mexicana.
Amazing. It's the first time I've ever seen this.
Alan Rockefeller has been studying the distribution of psilocybe in Mexico for more than a decade.
Here's a really cool Zularia. Another amanita from section Lepidella. Some of these are deadly and others are edible.
Is that Amanita muscaria?
Huh, it is.
A new species of Mexican bioluminescent mycena?
Yep. Satharella.
Satharella.
This is something I've never seen before.
Holy moly. That's insane. Is that part of the fungus?
Yeah.
What? What is this?
I don't know.
Does someone have a bag for this giant dangling cluster of pseudofistulina?
Alan travels each year from his home in Oakland to Mexico, where he spends months photographing and discovering new species of fungi.
It's a very unique habitat in that the clouds come in about 3 p.m. every day and the whole place fills up with fog. And it makes it a really interesting and diverse place for plants and mushrooms, too.
How did you find this location?
I spent a long time looking for it. We drive around the different cloud forests of Mexico. And whenever you see a landslide, you check the bottom of the landslides near the river. The place we're going in is over here.
When did the interest or the obsession with mushrooms begin?
I was walking in the forest, just took a hike, and there was mushrooms everywhere. And I wanted to learn which ones were poisonous, which ones were edible, which ones were rare, which ones were psychoactive. And so I just started taking pictures of them and bringing them home, doing spore prints, and studying. We're gonna have to cross to get in there because you can't really pass there. I've written a lot of Wikipedia articles and edited a lot of Wikipedia articles. And I like to take really nice pictures of mushrooms and put them into Wikipedia.
Or were you interested in the psychedelic mushrooms before any of this?
I was interested in the psychedelic ones, but it's not really my favorite thing, and the edibles are not really my focus. My focus is really cool, rare stuff, species that people have never discovered before. Just really interesting, unusual, beautiful-looking mushrooms. You know, I'll be here in Mexico for about 4 months. pretty much camping out every night and hunting mushrooms all day and then doing the microscope work in the evenings around the campfire.
They're just glorious.
They really are. It's probably the most beautiful psilocybe in the world. And this is the best spot I've found in all of Mexico. Flacco stem is really distinct in Zapotecorum, and the veil remnants around the pilus margin, dark purple-brown spore prints that are all over the caps that are adjacent, and here's a cool spore print on the stem. And you can see Bru bluesing right there. You can see Zapotecorum is almost the only mushroom that grows here, and it's not a coincidence. They really like these landslide areas, but not a very fresh landslide. They're like landslides that are a few years old.
It's one of the largest, one of the most beautiful, one of the most potent psilocybin-containing mushroom species, and I've never seen it in nature before. It's truly a glorious thing to behold. This is one of the original ones that was used by the Aztecs, right?
Yeah, and the Zapotecos. It's named after the Zapotecos. And it's pretty hard to find.
In Mexico, the use of psilocybin-containing mushrooms can be traced back to ancient civilizations like the Aztec Empire, where they were consumed in conjunction with ritualistic suicide and human sacrifice.
This is Hymenopilus subpurpuratus. This is a species that has psilocybin.
At the University of Guadalajara's Fungarium, I met with mycologist Laura Guzman, daughter of the legendary Gaston Guzman, the leading expert on the taxonomy of the genus Psilocybe.
Mi papá era uno de los que identificó el hongo que representan en una cueva en España como Psilocybe hispanica, una especie alucinógena, y que entonces se pensaría que a lo mejor bajo la influencia de los efectos de ese hongo tuvieron visiones que ellos plasmaron en las cuevas. En una pintura en una iglesia en Francia es una manita muscaria. Entonces piensan que tanto Adán y Eva lo que están ahí consumiendo no es la manzana de ese árbol, sino es el hongo alucinógeno que le hizo tener esas experiencias espirituales y de ahí el surgimiento de la religión. This also is hallucinogenic, has psilocybin in that. This was described in many years ago.
1909.
1909.
Wow.
Yeah. Uno de los proyectos que tenía con mi papá y que ahora voy a desarrollar yo sola es el de establecer el origen de Psilocybe cubensis. Psilocybe cubensis crece en estiércol de ganado, entonces no puede ser una especie nativa de América. Tiene que haber sido traído probablemente de África o de Asia. Primero se introdujo a Cuba. Por eso un micólogo norteamericano que lo descubrió ahí le puso Psilocybe cubensis.
The discovery that Psilocybe cubensis in the United States produced the same effect as the San Isidro of Mexico sent a new generation of mycophiles onto private cow pastures.
We've got two pastures next to each other right there. A friend of mine's got the other one. And I was going down through there, I looked out in Bill's pasture. This guy's walking around after with a bag. I let him get about from here to that fence from me right there and said, "What are you doing?" I had that rifle. That poor boy, it scared him so bad. Oh my gosh. And I said, "How'd you get in here?" And he said, "I walked across from those apartments over there." I said, "Well, get back across that road and don't come over here again."
Conservative farm owners were dismayed to find the dung of their cattle was the preferred substrate for a mind-altering drug.
Why don't you want people on your land picking mushrooms?
Because it's a liability. They go in there and get hurt and turn around and sue you. And I think it's a stupid thing to do. I don't use drugs, and I don't think anybody else should. I think it's a drag on society, and you get these people that are addicted, and then all they want to do is lay around and do damn drugs and don't go to work and collect welfare. So
from mushrooms?
I don't know what it is. Maybe you start on mushrooms and then you go to marijuana, and next thing you're on crack, or I don't know. Maybe it's an entry drug. You know, do something. Don't be on getting out here and making mushroom milkshakes or whatever they do with it instead of going to work. You know, there's too many good things to do in life besides that.
Without a history of shamanism or training in identification, the mushroom pickers of Florida have still forged a relationship with the fungus.
In the state of Florida, I mean, it could go all year round. It really depends on our rain season and our winter. If our winter doesn't come in harsh, you pick all the way around from January to January.
How did you become interested in mushrooms?
I guess you could say I kind of one day, I don't really know exactly how to put it, but just felt like it was time to go pick some mushrooms, try to see what the whole, I guess you could say the trip was about. After that, more of my friends started talking to me about mushroom picking and stuff like that, so got me hooked on it after a little while. After that, it was more spiritual than it was of a medicinal use. You know, I wasn't using it just to get high from mushrooms, but instead using it to seek more knowledge. Energy fields, I guess you could call them. Psilocybin is definitely something a lot of people seek. The interconnection. Wouldn't be proud of it, but started selling them a lot too. Most of my things with mushrooms that I've come to knowledge is all based off theory and experience and small amounts of research. I'm not too good in the school. Didn't do good in school. Glad I didn't drop out. Exciting, exciting.
Sweating up a storm, sweatily walking through this cow pasture, inspecting cow dung for the presence of Psilocybe cubensis.
And there's one of those white ones. And here's a nice golden topped one right there, beautiful.
This is a really gorgeous one. It's a nice, elegant, fully opened cap. There may have been another mushroom growing above it. There's almost a ring of purple around the margin. This is a classic textbook Psilocybe cubensis.
Always lick it.
This is a field of nothing but Psilocybe cubensis. Florida, Psilocybe cubensis land.
I never understood how people have bad trips on mushrooms because of the overwhelming joy that I feel every time I do them. It's weird because it's not like ecstasy where it just like pumps you full of happiness and then you come down and you're sad. It's like a lasting peace.
There's a vehicle coming down this trail. That thing sounds like an excavator.
I recovered my non-psychoactive Panaeolus antillarium and returned to the hunt.
Do any of you use mushrooms with your family? And would you like to do that?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. That'd be awesome. It'd be an awesome experience just to take it all in, see how they react on them, see how they maybe inform me while under the influence of psilocybin. What maybe some words of wisdom that they could possibly give me would be pretty cool to see what they'd, you know what I mean? You might be more philosophical.
Exactly.
While most Americans wouldn't consider the psychedelic experience something to be shared with family, amongst the shamans of Huautla, it would be unnatural to do it any other way.
Quindi ci heavy. He masabina. Kianga ganzai ni tre kianga zaki nai sunde. He chiniski bishi kwasi tsokeli. Alisa ai so wai tengina hiri sini chitse. Hukishi kori chiniski sha ikutsari khotse. Tu wasi ti was hayali. Agati yui listi tsona. Sia heni shibi. Quasi si hele khanda hini masabina. Kianga tailegan yo. Taile khandale. He tutor he kianga dina. No puedes tocarlo.
Thank you, Maria Sabina, for allowing Gordon Wasson into your home. I think that hundreds of thousands or millions of people have benefited
because of your generosity and the way that you shared information with outsiders, which is a good thing.
31 years after Maria Sabina's death, the use of psilocybin is being recognized by the medical establishment for treatment of depression, cluster headache, OCD, and addiction. And as I head to a ceremony with Philogonio, I remember that medicinal use in his family is where it all began. At the top of the hill overlooking Huautla de Jimenez, Philogonio is preparing a ceremony for his son, who's struggling with alcoholism, his wife, who's losing her eyesight, and me. I have mild psoriasis.
Y en nombre del Padre, del Hijo, del Espíritu Santo.
The ceremony begins with Philogonio cleansing the mushrooms I gathered from the sugarcane garden with smoke from copal incense that's been used as an offering to the gods since the Aztec and Mayan Empire.
Dai la quindi circuitando Rosalia Garcia Martini, y en nombre del Padre, del Hijo, del Espíritu Santo. Hininga, 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 hise, hininga, hininga. Taki na iri. Na koine. Familia, miyo, chiniskibi, zeno zeni trim. Yanga kwa changa kwa ngi. Ndia saidiando ko. Ya komenza. Gatsi ishinga, gatsi miyo. Utimane, yanga kwa sikwiskwe. He momento heavy. Que gan yuri, gatsi na. Zeni trim ga. Jesús mío, hilinga kwani kusikwenze jiniski, hel iski tsaila, kwa hekwanda iski tsaila, kwinda wina sibina isaini, kwa kwinda ina sikosi tsaila, hoki nganiule, kwa hoki tala, ena tsuwa, jiniski hebi, ena tsuwa kwa sikata peko ngota peni ma, kena kwa changa kwa ngila, ena kwerele nishu. 5 o 10 minutos comienza. Hesi quasi kina konganyo. Konganyo si zakat nai. Gan kotista kotindai. Dai vina quini chiquita. Hin ai hire. Qui anga quasi kisisha. He masabina. Tikna kontale. Tikna kotujale. Tikiafetai. Hinai ta ho. Chashi chawa hire. Anga kwachanga kwa kina hebi. Dale. Ukanda kukatao. Shikinali. Timane organisoko, timane ngabitsumo, indahana ngihanga nsinga shanyo. Senishitsele ninai, kwasitaile henze echiniski, kwasitaile nganyone, kwasitisi. Shubwa katafika, tsota ndani nada. Tala hi min kwani shuba siti sikin hele hininga hi etoi skibe. Se kata mato pui se eni mali se in khoi se in dia sai yanga wasit se koi. Tu shimena kya go sita ila Jerusalem yanga kwa changa kwa ngi ko dina ansemo. Aga wasit sa kwa cha asin sta mata changi si shansi nanda mile dina tangu cha asin cha ba dina in Israel yanga kati to se to ale dina. Akutimani dele ya Estados Unidos. Taila ingantion ai Israel agazi kwacha hise agazi kwa hise dina hiba se la dina tangu dina hiba se la ya chuta si ya tio si makaile si tatsi si tika ya ko si tima kaile to ga history heavy hosinga dikhe khandale ko hosinga dik si kai che ni dik na gan iom ko ni dik na khanda ni dik na phabina ni dik na phabisai ni kata manda ya ni kata manda ta hechini ski heavy hangi skui hangi duwe kata ma hedin hechona hechutana hermano doctorcita muchos años mucha vida hermano mío.
Gracias.
Estamos aquí. Si así tanto se avienta, más no sé todo dónde está. Por eso, uno y dos nada más, yo y uno medio ya. Ese número uno, lo más fuerte.
Sí.
El número uno.
Solo
porque es uno de caña.
Sí, solo uno.
Uno, dos, no, sí, estás todo a tu lugar.
I thought it was nice. This sort of psychedelic use could bring many families together. I'm sure there's families all over the planet that would benefit from this sort of ritual, sitting in a nice shack in the rain, burning incense and candlelight, and sitting together and talking about health problems and eating mushrooms and feeling better.
By tracing the history of psilocybin-containing mushrooms, I've seen the way Maria Sabina's greatest contribution has changed our culture, and in turn, the way our culture has changed the mushroom. It's very clear that Mycomob and their tubs and jars, Riley and his cow pastures, Philagonio and his family, Alan Rockefeller and his taxonomical quest.
Oh, wow, look at that. Our Sculpium vulgare.
Have all furthered the human-mushroom partnership in their own way. And when we become a society that can embrace the mushroom, then, and only then, can we embrace each other.
Gracias.
Land accounts for little more than a quarter of the Earth's surface. The rest is covered with 326 quintillion liters of water that the majority of the world's living organisms call home. The world's oceans served as a vessel for the chemical reactions that produced life and neurotransmission, so it should come as no surprise that it also contains an array of compounds that alter consciousness. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. Its origins may lay in antiquity, and the effects are still being encountered today. Cultures all over the world have described reef fish that produce a drug-like effect when consumed. This is the story of the dreamfish. I'm off the coast of Miami, Florida, with a marine biologist named Colin Ford, and we're hunting for the most dangerous of game, the sponge. The sponge in question is Smenospongia aurea, a golden member of the class Desmospongiae and host to a fascinating compound called 5-bromo-DMT, the only known psychedelic to have been isolated from the ocean, and only the ocean. Sponges are sedentary organisms that obtain their food via filtration of the surrounding seawater. Even a small sponge can circulate millions of gallons in the course of its life.
Let's see what we got.
This is amazing.
It's like ink purple.
In 2013, I received a letter from a pseudonymous chemist who called himself Dr. Osculum. His letter described a series of self-experiments with smoked 5-bromo-DMT, the same drug that was first detected in Smenospongia. And the report served to prove an important point. Marine organisms are capable of producing compounds that alter human consciousness.
It's so interesting because psilocybin containing mushrooms, when they're damp, also have this color change
They look
reaction.
exactly the same.
We took the sponge back to Coral Morphologic, a multidisciplinary lab where Colin has devoted his life to the cultivation of marine organisms.
One of the things that Dr. Osculum said in his experience is that there was an anti-anxiety component to the 5-bromo-DMT and also a sort of a serene underwater like vibe to it.
He's the only person I'm aware of that has done this sort of experiment, and so...
He either needs to do more experimentation himself or needs to provide samples to other people to be able to categorize what this experience is all about.
I also hope that this doesn't result in a lot of people attempting to get high off of this sponge.
Right. And this sponge is not something that you can just go and eat and expect to get high from. You're not going to trip. If anything, you'll probably end up in the hospital or die. We're marveling at it as, you know, a little organic chemistry powerhouse that is producing a unique compound that hasn't really been found elsewhere in nature.
While Smenospongia brings to light the reality of marine psychedelics, there are also reported cases around the world of fish causing vivid hallucinations. I met with my friend Jason Wallach to discuss how we might detect a marine psychedelic.
Why do you think it is that psychoactive animals in general are less researched?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know. It could be a matter of the complexity of extracting the chemicals from the biological matrices.
And had you followed this phenomenon, this hallucinogenic fish poisoning?
The fact that there are so many instances and reports of it occurring makes me think there probably is a real pharmacological phenomenon going on. Now, I don't know that that's responsible for all cases. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a chemical that is contributing to these altered experiences that people have.
Hallucinogenic fish poisoning, also called ichthyolienotoxism, has been associated with the consumption of at least 16 different species of herbivorous reef fish. Those who eat the fish report a transient intoxication, vivid dreams or nightmares, and in some instances, open-eye visual hallucinations.
All of the species of fish that I've seen listed as potentially, psychedelic or the dream fish, most of them seem like they're herbivores in oceanic island areas. I suspect that it probably has to do with either dinoflagellates or algae that certain fish consume.
All attempts to identify the causal agent in the poisonings have failed. To study the effect, I felt it necessary to travel to the Indian Ocean, where most of the implicated species can be found. I began my journey in Madagascar.
Maki, 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 maki. Here I've got a species of millipede that the lemurs in Madagascar seem to love. Oh. Sprayed juices on my face. I fed one of the black lemurs a black millipede, And he immediately started shredding it to pieces with his teeth and rubbing juice from the inside of the millipede all over his fur while salivating profusely. And if I didn't know better, I might think that the lemur was intoxicated in some way. Now it's just staring down at me and salivating. I'm on the northern coast of Madagascar, hoping to investigate hallucinogenic fish poisoning. So I'm going to collect fish samples, analyze them chemically. Nobody knows what chemical is responsible for the effect, and it remains completely unknown scientifically.
The reefs around Nosy Bay are home to many of the reportedly hallucinogenic species, yet there hasn't been a single account published describing hallucinogenic poisonings in all of Madagascar. So I met with a retired shark poacher named Goff, who offered to introduce me to local fishermen.
Have you heard of people getting drunk after eating parrotfish or goatfish?
Parrotfish has tobacco, as they say, it's having tobacco on his brain and also on his gill.
Tobacco in his brain, that's what she saes?
Yeah.
Surrounding Madagascar, there are more than 50 small islands that possess their own reef habitat, providing a home for an amazing array of marine organisms.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is a very big fish. Wow. Who owns this table of fish? Her? She does? Okay, will she talk about it? No. Okay, well, maybe just put down the camera and just ask her. There's two different vendors selling the parrotfish, but both of them became really hostile and wouldn't talk to us when we asked about it. So no one will answer my questions about this fish. Have you heard of any local fish that produce some sort of intoxication, either hallucinations or vivid dreams?
Yeah, miss.
What fish produces the effect? Grouper. What is the effects like? Nothing with hallucinations or a feeling of drunkenness?
The man in the fish market was likely describing another phenomenon called ciguatera, associated with the consumption of grouper. It's a poisoning that causes crippling neuropathies, chronic fatigue, and reversal of hot and cold sensation that sometimes lasts years. Ciguatera and many other forms of fish poisoning have one thing in common. They depend on a process called biomagnification. Certain substances can accumulate in the tissue of an organism at successively higher levels of the food chain. In some instances, fish have evolved immunity and even maintain a symbiotic relationship with toxic microorganisms to harness their poisons for defense. Biomagnification of certain compounds, yet unknown, may be responsible for hallucinogenic fish poisoning. I traveled with Goff to a small island surrounded by reefs that were said to contain rabbitfish, parrotfish, and goatfish.
I hear about people not feeling well when they eat it, but I have never seen the people being killed of it.
Right.
Once it's poison, your lung and your lips is kind of like numbness. You feel a little dizzy. It can give me some like energy, but it's not the energy what I want to get.
Huh. What type of fish was it?
It's a rabbitfish, but I don't know the species, but it's from the rabbitfish.
Huh. Rabbitfish. Yeah. Rabbitfish.
I awoke on a small island of beauty befitting a beer commercial, but was quickly reminded of marine poisons as a local fisherman scaled a grouper on the beach.
He just caught this pretty enormous grouper near the island, and now they're scaling it. Grouper is one of the fish that's most widely implicated in ciguatura, and it seems that ciguatura is certainly an issue in this region, but no one is concerned about this particular grouper for reasons that are unclear to me.
Ciguatoxins are little known but incredibly dangerous and communicable poisons present in the flesh of some tropical fish. Due to their high thermostability, they survive most cooking practices. They are tasteless and odorless, making detection outside a laboratory exceedingly difficult. They are among the most potent poisons known to science.
How long have you been fishing? Do you ever find that the fish in this area is poisonous? Can you teach me about the way that you catch fish? That's mixed with bananas? Oh, it is. It's quite a catch.
It was an impressive haul, but the trap didn't contain a single specimen of ichthyolienotoxic interest, so I rowed onward to another reef. The tales of poisoned turtles and shrill cries of the puffer emphasized the toxicological complexity of the ocean and the difficulties that I'd continue to face in understanding hallucinogenic fish. As the sun set, I began to feel the weight of the day's confusions and decided to set out with Goff for one final dive on the reef beside our island. With only a flashlight, a trident, and a pack of condoms, Goff took me on a midnight expedition. Staring across the ocean floor, illuminated only by a flashlight, I saw bleached corals, octopuses, salp chains, and organisms I couldn't even begin to identify. I began to think about the ecological role of a marine psychedelic. Would it be to simply deter predators? Or could such a compound encourage a desire to protect the delicate life below? I would have to impale small fish with a trident to find out. Goff succeeded in locating a rabbitfish, and we decided to cook it up along with a parrotfish from the market. As the fish were being prepared, I frantically reviewed the literature on ciguatera. Both fish were known transvectors of ciguatoxin. I was curious about experiencing the hallucinogenic effect, but not years of crippling fatigue and reversal of hot and cold sensation.
Thank you. Wow. Oh, it's really very aromatic. I'm breathing in the fish vapor.
I love it.
So here we have the parrotfish, here we have the rabbitfish. This you speared just a couple hours ago.
Yep. And today we're gonna wet our bed.
Wet our bed?
Yeah.
Why are we going to wet our bed?
Because we're gonna have a parrotfish.
This is a rumored effect of the parrotfish. It causes bedwetting?
Yep.
Okay. Wow. All right. Here's the head of the rabbit fish.
The smell is more so fresh.
How do you learn to fish?
I get it from my grandfather. It's my tribe.
What tribe is that?
It's Veju tribe.
Veju?
Yeah. So, as the people say, Veju, because they heard the sound Veju, Veju, Veju. Veju, Iveju. Iveju means paddling, and they give the name of the people in the coastline in the southwest coast is Veju.
And what about the role of fish in this culture? It seems like everywhere I look, there's people pulling fish out of the ocean.
People here living what they can, and they take it whatever they can too.
And from my perspective, I'm trying to understand chemically and pharmacologically why it is that certain fish seem to have this effect. But then when I go underwater and look at the diversity of organisms, it seems like it's almost a hopeless investigation because there's so many different things in the ocean. There's so many different bacteria, dinoflagellates, seagrass, algae.
Maybe a fish himself is producing that one.
And I feel like it's making my mouth slightly numb. Is that normal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's making my tongue completely numb.
Oh yeah, you just enjoy it, it'll be fine. For sure.
Outside of an inexplicable oral numbness, the fish were without activity. Could the local reports have been nothing more than placebo? I wanted to continue searching, so my next stop would be on an island where the locals are rumored not only to know of psychoactive fish, but to get high on them. After last night's dinner with Goff, I wanted to experience a different species of fish that has been used on Réunion Island for decades. The most extensive review of hallucinogenic fish poisoning was authored by a naval surgeon named Bruce Halstead as part of his 3,000-page magnum opus, Poisonous and Venomous Marine Animals of the World.
The author of this book, Halstead, even claimed to have discovered what chemical was responsible for hallucinogenic fish poisoning, but refused to tell the public because he was afraid that the Russians would use it against the United States in some kind of military capacity. So there's a little bit of wackiness surrounding this research as well.
Based on ancient pottery from the Mochi civilization in Peru, anthropologists have argued that a psychoactive blenny, known today as pez borracho or the drunken fish, may have been used in sacrificial rituals. But it wasn't until 1927 that modern reports of hallucinogenic fish poisoning began to appear. They described effects that ranged from vivid nightmares and perceived strangulation to hallucinations that were actually enjoyable, which brings me to Réunion. Regional variation in toxicity amongst the implicated species suggests that the toxin is dietary in origin. So I began dissecting the rabbitfish and collecting their viscera for microscopic analysis.
Here we have the liver and stomach. Oh, wow, yeah, that's the stomach. You can tell because of the horrific odor and also the green contents, which are indicative of the algae that the fish consumes.
The rest of the fish's body I would save for chemical analysis in the United States.
Some of the stomach contents are even beginning to ooze out. Spilling everywhere.
Dream-inducing drugs, also called oneirogens, are a relatively unstudied but real phenomenon. Such effects are commonly reported in hallucinogenic fish poisoning, leading some fishermen to call them nightmare fish or dream fish, depending on their experience. I arrived the next morning in Réunion, a French territory that maintains a very different culture from that of Madagascar. With a distinct Creole language, it's home to a wide variety of ancient seafaring tribes. Since 2011, bull sharks have attacked 19 surfers, 7 of whom died, making the island infamous internationally. It was along Réunion's rocky coastline that I encountered a fisherman using algae as a bait to catch herbivorous reef fish.
C'est toujours la tête où il y a les ailes là. C'est là que ça va te retourner la tête.
Have you ever personally consumed one of these fish that produces hallucinations? What was it like?
Bah, dormir une demi-journée, ou bien rigoler comme un fou, quoi. Ça, c'est un peu un petit délire, comme si... Ben là, il est en train de travailler la tête, là. Le cerveau, il est à l'envers, là, et voilà, quoi. Ça va nous tourner la tête. Ça va vous emmener loin, quoi. Là, vous êtes à La Réunion, vous pouvez aller en Amérique. Vite fait, bien fait.
The reef habitats of Réunion can be best understood from the air. So I boarded a helicopter with Jean-Pascal Quad, a world-renowned marine biologist who has studied marine toxins and their associated microorganisms for 35 years.
Here we go.
And this is the biggest coral reef of Réunion. It's about 8,000 to 10,000 years old. You see a very young reef.
10,000 years old and young for a reef.
Yes. You see, there is some question about the fish because they are herbivores, and maybe the path which corresponds to the rivers, maybe it's good places to find a good diet for the fish. So it's a very good place to study the coral reef habitat.
This is a lagoon we saw with the helicopter. There is a river here. We will collect some samples on the algae for the lab to understand what are they eating and where the compounds may be produced by.
In 1998, a belt of coral reefs surrounding the western coast of Réunion was impacted by a bleaching event. The coral have struggled to survive ever since. The bleaching and death of coral creates a home for opportunistic microalgae that in turn provide a home for toxic dinoflagellates that produce sequitoxins. The combination of climate change and chemical contamination of the ocean has made these toxic microorganisms ever more abundant.
This one is Colerpa cerulata. We collect it. And the idea is to collect huge amounts, maybe 1 kilo of the Colerpa, to send to a lab and to look at the activity of the compound inside. We have about 2 species of Cyganus, 1, 2, and 3 species of so Cyganus is rabbitfish. The rabbitfish, this one, is called dreamfish. Okay, they know it's hallucinogenic fish. Yeah. There's no so much information about the compounds, so it's a good opportunity to get some ideas about the food chain involved in the toxicity of these fishes. Maybe about the algae. So that's why we are going to open the fish, each category, and to see about their diet, which may be producing the toxins.
Yes.
Okay, so we have to open it.
There's some basic ambiguity about whether or not this is a real thing, or whether it's food poisoning or a placebo effect, something that people are imagining. And assuming that it's real, you don't know if it's one single thing that everyone is describing or dozens of different things produced by completely different marine drugs.
I think we'll take the stomach to see, when I will be back to the lab, to see if we can see some dinoflagellates. Algae, they are quite primitive organisms, but there are hundreds and thousands of species of algae. So.
It looks like there's so many things growing on top of the algae as well.
Yes, we have a lot of microalgae inside and so on.
Should we look inside the stomachs of the fish that we collected?
Yes, but after that we close and we go very far away.
The alcohol doesn't reduce the odor at all?
No.
I was hoping to find fragments of Colerpa, or Lingbia, or maybe even Bryopsis, but instead, I found unidentifiable muck.
There's nothing to see. It's only small pieces of the inside.
You think it's feeding on microalgae, or because it's decomposed in the digestion?
Maybe both.
What about if you go deep on the bottom of the
It's only sand.
It's only sand?
Yep. But they are very thin grazing system, so they only take the small part of the system, you see. What we call the algal turf, in fact. They seem not to eat Colerpa, for example. So it means maybe the source may be microalgae, so maybe not a big species of algae.
Another source, like Lingbia, which is host to several cannabinoid fatty acids, or red algae from the genus Laurencia, which contains sulfurous polybrominated indoles, or the tunicate Aplydium conicum, which produces a tryptamine-based histamine antagonist, or desformal flusterobromine from the bryozoan Flustra foliacea, or even an atypical response to dinoflagellate-derived polyether neurotoxins, known and unknown.
It's very complicated, so.
It's very complicated.
It is complicated. So the mystery remains, huh?
The mystery remains.
Just when I thought my chances of experiencing hallucinogenic fish poisoning, or ichthyoalienotoxism, or even ichthyosarcephial telepsis were close to nil, I met with two local fishermen, known as the Creole brothers, who are rumored to consume black surgeonfish, not just to feed their bellies, but to feed their minds.
What do you think it is that gives the fish this activity?
Peut-être c'est un truc qu'ils mangent, c'est le limon qui leur rend ça.
Le
corail.
Ça dépend, le corail.
Ouais,
Et...
le corail.
Puis souvent, c'est le CAF même qui
CAF.
donne l'effet. Hein. Surtout le cauchemar, donne beaucoup de cauchemar. Des fois, quand tu es dans un rempart, tu descends, tu tombes, tu descends jamais, tu touches le fond.
Comme un raid, t'es pas en train de bagarrer, quoi. C'est comme un affaire qui t'attaque, tu es toujours le plus fort dedans, quoi. Et tout d'un coup, tu réveilles, soit tu tapes par là, tu tapes dans un truc, quoi. C'est comme des frissons qui partent dans le corps, quoi.
Il est trop bon, même, je mange beaucoup, mais il attaque à haut, vraiment. Ça fait planer.
Are other people afraid to eat this fish?
Il y a beaucoup de personnes qui ont de manger le poisson, là. Il faut vraiment vous essayer un petit coup pour voir si vraiment il fait l'effet sur vous.
With my departure back to the United States imminent, this dive would be my last opportunity to collect samples of the elusive dreamfish.
This is my first time diving in water like this, which is generally off limits because of the enormous number of man-eating sharks. It's interesting the way the blood looks underwater. It looks green. When they spear the fish, it looks as if they're hemorrhaging green.
So do you think these are the type that will produce the drug effect, the drunk feeling?
Oui, c'est ça, c'est quoi? C'est poisson CAF.
Though I requested they separate the fish by species and refrain from using spices that would confound any observed effect, the brothers mixed the day's catch together in a single pot and set about collecting curry leaves from their garden.
The Creole brothers said that they feel it, but sometimes other people in their family don't feel it. Assuming that it's real, you don't know if it's one single thing that everyone is describing, or maybe dozens of different things produced by completely different marine drugs. We're all going to eat it together because they said that it will make us drunk. So that's intentional. We're taking fish to get high. Earlier today, we went out fishing. We caught 3 different species that these fishermen claim produce some kind of inebriating effect. They say that it makes you drunk or that it increases the vividness of your dreams. They just prepared all of the fish together in one pot, which is right here. So I don't know which species it will be, if I feel anything, if it will be all 3 together or one of the 3. It's going to be hard to know. This makes things even more complicated. How many do you think I should eat to have an effect?
Des fois, il faut manger un petit peu plus, 2 ou 3 morceaux. Hein.
Un peu plus?
Ouais, un bout de tête.
Is this enough?
Ouais, c'est bon. Bonne chance.
Poisson cérésien. Ben, c'est très bon, hein?
Very good, thank you. It tastes like curry because it's curried. Other than that, it has a somewhat flavorless whitefish type taste. And my mouth does feel a tiny, tiny bit numb. Have you ever had a drunk feeling from eating this fish?
Oui, oui, toujours. Toujours en famille.
Why do you eat it in a family?
C'est pas le plaisir, c'est pas dans l'habitude de réunir en famille, on mange ça en famille, voilà.
It is active psychologically?
Voilà, oui, justement, nous on mange ça parce que ça met un effet, ça donne un effet. Bon, c'est le plaisir pour nous que cet effet-là, c'est pas ça qu'on mange, c'est pas son cap.
Are the dreams good dreams or are they nightmares?
Eh oui, les deux, plutôt les deux, le cauchemar et les deux, hein. On rêve des choses.
Selon la personne,
Ah oui, ça qui pèse sur le lit.
Sleep paralysis.
Là, quand il mange des poissons cérésiens, mais plutôt que le soir qui donne de l'effet. Pas le bête qui vient attaquer.
Et dans la maison, maintenant là, dans la maison, il n'y a plus rien. Partout, je suis épuisé.
C'est une tête pour voir.
Is that the brain?
Tu vois?
Is that from here?
Non. Ah non.
Sorry. She did another head?
Hein?
Près de sa chambre.
Okay. Should I just keep eating fish heads?
Allez, mettre notre assiette.
Hein? Non?
Should I have a 5th fish head?
Hein?
Quand tu arrives aux États-Unis, tu racontes à ta mère, si ta mère est encore là, t'as mangé combien de têtes?
Oui, on a bien mangé, ouais.
Les frissons vont venir et après, tu vas sentir les frissons.
Il y a le sens.
Body went numb, and I dreamed that the camera crew had taken my mattress and put it out floating in the ocean as a prank or something to get good footage, and it seemed completely real. It was so vivid.
and I saw you pointing to a computer monitor, but it was like you were trying intentionally to freak me out, pointing to a flat screen TV, and it zoomed in on like a security camera in the lobby into something to the back of an old man's head. And then I started screaming and had sleep paralysis and woke up. That was really unpleasant. I had a totally non-frightening dream about riding a bike and talking with you and Jean about buying books on Amazon. And whether it was a better use of money to see movies in theaters or buy books on Amazon.
When I awoke the next morning, the numbness was gone. And besides feeling like somehow, in my sleep, I had traversed oceans and continents, the effect of the dreamfish, whatever it may have been, seemed to have worn off.
So, Hamilton, what about yesterday experience with the fish?
I ate the fish and then I insisted that I eat the heads. So I ate 5 fish heads, and they insisted that I eat the brains. So I started eating the brains, and then they asked me to slurp the liquid out of the head to sort of suck on the skull until all of the liquid had exited, and I drank that liquid. It did not taste good. Then I lay down and immediately started dreaming, and then woke up. Then I went back to the hotel, fell asleep again, had extremely intense dreams where I was telepathically communicating with one of the cameramen, Danilo. Then had a sleep paralysis episode where I became terrified and tried to wake up but couldn't, and tried to scream but couldn't, and woke up sort of silently attempting to scream. So that was probably negative. But even though I did wake up screaming twice, it wasn't that bad. I would say that the overall was pretty neutral.
La saison maï t'en elle arrive encore. Où fait gâte à moi sans Montego.
The time had come for me to leave Réunion and Madagascar behind and return to the United States. The fieldwork was over. Waiting for me were dried rabbitfish that I'd collected and sent back for my research. There, I would begin the analysis.
It's a dried fish specimen that I collected in Madagascar. When I was talking with JP Quad about this research, he suggested dividing each fish in half and eating one half and then saving the other half for analysis. That way, if there was a drug effect from the fish, I'd have a reference from that same fish. The problem is that even things like ciguatoxin and mitotoxin are hard to find in the first place. Even if we knew what we were looking for, I'm not sure that we'd be able to find it in this fish.
18 grams of dried rabbitfish was finely chopped, soaked in 300 milliliters of ethanol, and sonicated at 40 kilohertz for an hour. This extraction was repeated twice. The pooled ethanol was filtered, concentrated, and loaded onto a silica gel flash column with a mobile phase of hexanes and ethyl acetate in a 3-to-1 ratio, followed by increasing concentrations of ethyl acetate, and finally, ethanol. 72 fractions were collected and analyzed by an ASAP-MS.
This is what the crude fish extract looks like. We also did chromatography. We looked at some of the pure fractions, but ultimately this is representative of the different compounds that were detectable in the fish. The base peak is 257.12. Neither of us can figure out what exactly that is. None of these things are jumping out as obvious candidates for something that could explain ichthyoalienotoxism or hallucinogenic fish poisoning. Certainly no 5-bromo-DMT, no brominated compounds of any kind, no detectable ciguatoxin or mitotoxin. Maybe it's purely psychological, maybe it's a placebo effect. Something mass spec cannot detect. It's not a very satisfying answer, unfortunately.
The history of medicinal chemistry, organic chemistry, are filled with alkaloid extractions from plants and, in some cases, other living organisms. But with something in this situation where we don't know what we're looking for, we don't have an animal model for testing the psychoactive effects, it's very difficult to fractionate it. I mean, you end up with 100 fractions, and each of those fractions has multiple chemicals in it. So you could separate it, reiterate 1,000 times, and end up with 1,000 different chemicals and still not have a model to test which contains the psychoactive component.
The fish, there were multiple species that were implicated in this effect, so it becomes very difficult to know where to begin.
Right, yeah. I mean, is it even one chemical? It could be multiple components that are contributing to the effects in different geographical regions, even different seasons. So I think it's a very difficult issue. It's a fascinating one, but I think it's something that would require someone that is willing to dedicate a career to solving.
In a world where the majority of organisms possess neither the ability to hear nor vocalize, the common language is chemical. These organic chemists of the deep have created an ever-evolving pharmacopeia, with drugs and poisons emerging and disappearing as the chemistry of the ocean is transformed by the impact of human civilization. Somewhere between science and cryptotoxicology, the identity of the hallucinogenic fish poison has eluded researchers since the phenomenon was first reported. But that doesn't mean we should stop looking. In the mid to late Miocene epoch, massive pools of magma erupted across the western United States. Once the tephra had settled, a volcano on the border of the Great Basin lay dormant for 20 million years, only to be found by a man who made it erupt once more. Not with lava, but phenethylamines. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. Those who consume their medicines rarely understand the risks that were taken to create them. In a society that has made their work a crime, the psychedelic chemist is an outlaw. This is the story of Casey Hardison and Daryl Lemaire. In 2015, I became aware of a story unlike any other I'd heard before. An underground psychedelic chemist operating secretly in the core of a volcano had worked for decades evading detection. Built in 1966, the lab held a central, yet unknown role in the history of psychedelic synthesis and MDMA psychotherapy. I traveled to the lab with my friend Casey Hardison, a former LSD chemist, to get a glimpse of the outside, but was amazed to gain entry. At the base of the volcano, there were 2 iron doors bolted shut with 3 padlocks that opened to a portal with a spiral staircase leading directly into the earth. In the antechamber, a stone was removed to reveal an electronic keypad connected to an adjacent metal door. Wow. Through the door was a tunnel, approximately 100 feet in length, blasted into the volcanic rock.
Man's a nutter.
As I walked through the passage, I saw relics from the past. 3 carbide lamps, a mining helmet, and a date etched into the cement floor. Near the end of the tunnel, it branched, revealing a terminal chamber. This was the laboratory. The lab had both plumbing and electricity, as well as a fume hood that vented exhaust through a camouflaged opening on the surface. Behind the remains of a drop ceiling were holes containing specially designed tubes that once held chemical samples. The shadowy figure who built the lab could be traced to little more than a single scientific article and a pseudonymously authored booklet on the subject of cognitive enhancement. It was at this location that hundreds of kilos of MDMA were synthesized and used to fuel the psychotherapeutic revolution that came before the drug was criminalized. The man behind this pioneering work has since retired, but still resides in the West. He's known to some as Haustine Nez, to others as the Liz. But his name is Daryl Lemaire. Now, at the age of 90, he wanted the world to know his story, so I set out to meet him. I first encountered the story of Daryl Lemaire while scanning a stack of letters at the home of Anne and Alexander Shulgin.
This is the story of Daryl Lemaire, a chemist risking freedom for the keys to the mind.
Daryl Lemaire operated in secrecy for decades. He manufactured all sorts of psychedelics. MDMA was synthesized on a large scale to supply psychotherapists, but there was also exploration of novel compounds with Sasha Shulgin. Daryl wanted to stay out of the public eye, so they were careful enough not to let anyone know what they were doing.
He got a call from Sasha to say there are some doctors in need. Daryl got up his amalgam and set about doing the
This is the home of Alexander Shulgin. I've been coming here for just about 1 decade now. And everywhere you look, it's a different part of psychedelic history.
Alexander Sasha Shulgin synthesized over 100 novel psychedelic compounds, which he tested on himself and his wife Anne, a psychedelic psychotherapist. He passed away in 2014, but Anne still resides at their home in Lafayette, California.
By the way, how many pairs of white pants do you have?
2.
2.
Yeah.
I've known people who went around entirely in black, just so they wouldn't have to keep doing laundry all the time.
Well, that's what I used to do, and then I started to think it was disgusting.
I like you in white. MDMA was a tremendously valuable psychotherapeutic drug. Sasha, he was not in the job of production. His job was to discover new compounds and then to publish his findings. Daryl was a superb chemist. He helped a lot in supplying the MDMA to the many therapists who contacted Sasha.
In 2013, I volunteered to help digitize Shulgin's papers and was offered a stack of letters from a chemist named Daryl Lemaire. In the early 1980s, thousands of therapists internationally had become aware of the extraordinary properties of MDMA. The drug was still legal, relatively unknown on the street, and had yet to gain the popular name, ecstasy. Despite a great demand from the therapeutic community, there were no pharmaceutical sources to obtain the drug, and so Daryl Lemaire became the supplier. He used his lab to produce hundreds of kilos of MDMA that were wholesaled to the medical community. As I read the letters, which spanned the decade between 1982 and 92, I realized I'd uncovered a secret chapter in the history of MDMA.
There were some real efforts made to influence the powers that be in Washington to keep MDMA safe from being scheduled, but they did not succeed. The reasons were many and mostly political. But once the government makes a decision like that, it doesn't go back on it, because governments never admit that they made a mistake.
This is the lab of Alexander Shulgin, the most legendary lab in the history of psychedelic research. Every opportunity I have to visit this place, I come.
Another dozen boxes upstairs for you.
This is an intermediate for the synthesis of 2CD. 2CD was the smart drug that Daryl Lemaire investigated. It was one of Daryl Lemaire's favorite drugs, but the compound was controlled by the DEA. The research that was once scientific is now considered criminal. When I first came here, I remember looking at some of these compounds and they were so mysterious to me. And now, close to 10 years later, I know every single one of them. This book, Peak Hall, is Alexander Shulgin's magnum opus. It details MDMA psychotherapy, the history of psychedelics, the synthesis of psychedelics, the qualitative effects of psychedelics. But he didn't do it alone. He did it with the help of a lot of other people, people like Daryl Lemaire, who, for legal reasons, couldn't take credit for their own work.
All right, sweetheart.
Thanks again.
Love you.
Love you too.
Come back soon.
I hope I will.
Ray Chamberlain is a professor of organic chemistry living in Northern California. While he was researching his dissertation at the University of Nevada, Reno, he met Daryl Lemaire, and the two became partners.
As a graduate student in chemistry, it's pretty much 24/7. If you're not in the lab, then you're down in the library doing research. Periodically, there'd be a few strange people in the library. One of them was up there using the library a lot, doing synthetic research, and walk over and, what you doing, you know? And we found out we have similar interests, so on. And after that, he invited me to the house, and he had a shop. He'd been working by himself. I was blown away because of the equipment he had in there. After I'd had a few of these compounds myself, you start waking up and you realize this is a very important branch of research. So I became sort of his lab assistant.
Ray, who Daryl nicknamed Cosmic, was one of few people trusted to work inside the volcano laboratory.
The property itself, there's an old plug from a volcano. As an engineer and miner, Daryl got out there with the dynamite and blasted the big hole out of the ground, dug a tunnel. So we just built a small chemistry lab down in the tunnel. And we were making kilos at a time. From day one, Daryl talked to me about this. Even though it's legal, we still have to be very careful about who we talk to and talk about these compounds with, because there's always people that are against all of this sort of stuff.
Do you ever tell your students about the work that you did with Daryl?
I have to be extremely careful about that sort of thing. I have the job of my dreams right now teaching it, and I don't ever talk about things like that to my students.
With Dr. Chamberlain's assistance, Daryl synthesized a diverse array of molecules, some of established psychedelic activity, and others of his own invention, including BOD and a series of ethoxyphenethylamines he called the Tweetios.
What he was doing was taking some of the things that Sasha had started and optimizing the better way to make it. It was unknown, it was all research, and just like Sasha would do, Daryl would make the new compound and then he'd test it and then trying to scale it up to larger amounts, especially later on for MDMA. MDMA was not illegal, and there were thousands of psychiatrists in the United States using MDMA as a psychiatric drug. There was a nucleus of us that were all working together to do this research, not just doing research to make the compound, but this is also doing research called bioassaying to try and figure out the effect of each of the compounds, seeing what happened, and then when the experience is over, we'd all get 3x5 cards and we'd write down what it felt like and the level. We spent so much time laying out in the backyard in the sun that came up with a club, and so it's the Lazy Lizard School of Hedonism. And Daryl was known as the Liz.
In 1985, MDMA was emergency scheduled, and Ray left his work in Reno behind. Self-experimentation of any kind carries risks, but a far more serious danger had emerged in the form of prohibition.
In powdered form, it's called MDMA, better known on the streets as ecstasy.
Enough MDMA got out onto the street that people were doing the raves, and that's when the DEA finally realized they had to have a designer drug law.
Here agents found boxes of chemicals enough to mix 500 pounds of ecstasy.
MDMA was a very important drug. This is a very important branch of research that should be continuing.
With Ray gone, Daryl continued his work until he felt he could no longer evade a prohibitionist government. He sold his volcano and dedicated himself to studying plant medicines, waiting patiently for a student who could take up the torch.
An American chemistry expert, 33-year-old Casey Hardison, produced hallucinogenic drugs on an industrial scale.
Above the volcano, lazy lizards would bathe in the sun. In the chamber below, Daryl synthesized medicine by the ton.
Casey Hardison is best known for an LSD lab he built in the United Kingdom, but he got his start synthesizing phenethylamines with chemicals and equipment given to him by Daryl Lemaire. It had been a year since our visit to Daryl's volcano lab, and we felt it time to reunite and pay Daryl a visit.
Most people who consume psychedelic drugs don't think of the chemists that risked their liberty to produce them.
So what made you decide that you wanted to take that risk?
What made me decide? I took LSD and I had this amazing transformative experience. We're just getting ready to watch The Brief History of Time. My friend, he says to me, I got some acid that a friend of ours made. And I knew people had spiritual awakenings. I think, I'm ready for this, let's have it.
Where did the universe come from?
You know, suddenly I'm like, fuck, I want to go outside. We hike ourselves down to the lake shore, and I'm in this reverie, and I'm out in this reverie for a long time. I don't even, I have no idea how long, but lights in my brain, and the vastness of my thinking, and the stillness at the same time.
And in the midst of that absorption, I felt something I'd never felt before. At one with the cosmos.
I was rattled out of that because I heard this bell across this gong, and it's like dong, dong, and it's dong at 3 a.m. And I walk over and I figure out what this building is, and I'm looking at it, and it's the science building. And when I figured that out, I'm like, it's time to go to school. I wanted to study what the hell had just happened to me in this last, 12 hours of my life. And it was in that first chemistry class, looking in the textbook, and there was the structure of LSD, and I'm like, I'm being taught what's necessary to make this. And it wasn't until Daryl said, hey, I want to give you a lab, that I was actually like, well, hell, here's the time's now. I was an idealistic chemist, I just wanted people to experience the mind state. I happen to be one of those rare individuals that was brave enough to actually, just mix the shit in the, in my bedroom.
Hey, y'all should really listen to these guys. I think they really have something figured out.
We do have something figured out.
The cartography of the inner soul is nothing to be afraid of. The game is you skirt the law, you make analogs. I'm not interested in that game. I'm not interested in gaming the law and making a bunch of things that aren't what I want to make. So I just won't make anything. It's that simple.
I think they should just actually end the drug war on such things. It's not really a war on the drugs, it's a war on us. And about controlling who gets to experience these powders, pills, plants, and potions. At this point, it seems quite intractable, but at the same time, there's so many different molecules being made that the genie really is out of the bottle. They're never going to be able to contain it, put it back, and it's just a matter of attrition now.
As revelers, sated from their week-long psychedelic gorge, spilled onto the roads across America, Casey and I made our way south toward the man who gave him his first laboratory.
Casey, a student looking for a teacher in life. So he enrolled in the Academy of LSD 25.
Alexander Shulgin first synthesized 2-CT7 in the early 80s, but it wasn't until 2000 that the drug became widely available. While attending a conference in Palenque, Mexico, Casey watched over 100 people ingest the drug and was inspired by Shulgin to author and publish a survey.
I got 48 responses, got into volume 10, number 2 with a MAPS bulletin, but the really cool part about it is that a man named Daryl Lemaire was reading his wife's copy and wanted to talk to me. There's that adage, you know, when the student is ready, the master will appear, and fuck, he did. He wanted the torch to be passed on. He chose me. I mean, we're gonna have to ask him. I've never asked him, why me?
And when you first got a message from him, did you know anything about him?
Not at all, not a single thing. He said, I had made a number of these compounds, and I thought you might be interested in talking with me. And that made me a tiny bit paranoid, so much so that I just basically ignored it. Another month later, I got another letter going, oi, wake up. I'm trying to give you something, do you want to talk? And I called him on the phone and arranged in that phone call to meet him the full moon of March 2001. He was very generous. I asked what I could ever do to repay him. He's like, nothing. Spread the word. Make some molecules, give them away. Help people.
So he's a real believer.
Fuck yeah, he's a real believer. He's a man that had real passion from the very beginning. He really believes that these molecules cause transformation. I believe it as well. I'm not sure it's all chemists, but it is a brotherhood. There's a camaraderie with it. Because of Prohibition, we're outlaws. We used to be the priest class, the shamans. But in Western society, there's no position for that anymore. There became a thirst for some meaningfulness in this postmodern, meaningless world that many of us find ourselves in. There's a search for answers to what are we doing here? And I think psychedelics can provide some of those answers.
Did he tell you what you were coming to get?
No. He's just like, I've got a bunch of things I think you'll want. You know, I didn't know if I was going to walk into getting arrested.
Seems like a reasonable concern.
I mean, I had good faith in my mission. For many years, I really felt that I was not necessarily untouchable, but pretty unfuckwithable.
Why'd you feel that way?
The molecules. I felt that, you know, these molecules were really a blessing in my life, and that I was part of the Inventions or the Apoptes, those who had seen the Holy, La Tierra. This over here, right over here past my finger, is Daryl's.
After decades of operating underground laboratories, Daryl sold his volcano and moved with his wife to a secluded meadow that he called Birdsong.
It's really beautiful. It's really, really beautiful.
Hey,
Hello.
great to see you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Hi, Daryl. Great to see you.
Hugs are good.
Well, gosh, you guys, it's wonderful to have you come.
I built the place about 25 years ago. I've been living here more or less ever since.
Where did you live before this house?
In Reno. Had about 3,200 square feet, big downstairs. We first used the place as an underground machine shop, then it became an underground wine cellar. Then it became a underground drug lab, which was the best use for it. I decided I would just make my own and to hell with the street stuff.
When I came in, I got my chemistry stuff. A lot of it was in this room. Made a lot of things in here, haven't you?
Oh, yes, quite a few. There, that'll make it look like I'm doing something. Fire away.
Hey, get out of this. But this right here is a copy of what Daryl gave to me. This is a single pill press. You take a ring full of powder and you'd run this ring over this hole, and then you'd scrape it by the other way. Then you'd grab the arm, get a good press on it, and you'd lift that up, and then you'd hit the foot pedal to eject the pill. And you'd have pressed wafers, Daryl Lemaire style.
He's leaving. He's walking away.
Yeah.
He's getting bored.
The little pills were able to change these people dramatically. There were a number of psychotherapists that relied on me to provide them with new drugs. It's changes that wouldn't have happened without the pill.
When you were in college studying chemistry, did you ever think that you would get into this sort of work?
Nothing in psychoactives at all. I first became interested in psychedelics when I got a position as metallurgical engineer at a uranium ore processing plant near a little place called Tuba City. Various white shift bosses would say to me, "Is that Navajo over there?" I'd say, "Yep." And they'd say, "Damn peyote eater." It only took a few days to find out that these so-called peyote eaters were the best workers they had. They were more intelligent, good sense of humor, more bitter about the white man doing all sorts of things to him. So it was a very good thing. So I decided that I would like to try some of this peyote myself, but I was never able to get close enough to a medicine man to do the whole 9 yards. But I synthesized mescaline, and it was very good. Everybody loved it. Changed my life totally.
So what did it do?
Yeah, unloaded 32 years of hang-ups and fears and phobias and stuff like that.
Do you remember any of the structures of the compounds that you worked on?
Mescaline is very simple. That was the material that we started from, and we just went from there.
The peyote-derived alkaloid mescaline is the prototypical phenethylamine psychedelic, a starting point for the compounds that Alexander Shulgin and Daryl Lemaire explored throughout their careers. A few modifications of this simple structure can yield a dazzling array of psychopharmacologically unique compounds. Remove an oxygen atom from mescaline.
In the 4 position? It's desoxymescaline.
A compound that's 4 times as potent. Move a methoxy group, and you have 2,4-CD, a compound that's now an order of magnitude stronger than mescaline. Amidst the many compounds that Daryl synthesized, he felt that some could be used to enhance memory and other cognitive processes. He administered these experimental compounds to the lazy lizards in his research group and reported his findings in a booklet that he authored under 2 layers of pseudonyms.
The fact that psychedelics might have a more practical application, like enhancing memory, is something most people don't think about.
It's one of these things where a very small quantity is different than a large quantity.
This sort of work isn't necessarily lucrative, especially if you're doing actual research. And people like Alexander Shulgin and Daryl Lemaire had to make money creating some sort of innovation outside of the world of psychedelic drugs to support their psychedelic research. In the case of Alexander Shulgin, it was an insecticide called Zectran. In the case of Daryl Lemaire, it was his mercury detector.
If you could map mercury on the surface, then you could find the precious and base metals at depth. That is the tech. I put it all into a little box. It gave me plenty of bucks to work with. I was 42 years old, and that was a good time to retire, to work on psychoactive chemicals. It was a very creative sort of thing. A lot of these chemicals that we made were just off the wall. They were totally new. And so we were making them and trying them out. Yeah, that's me hanging out there.
Could you tell me about the lazy lizard school of hedonism?
Some people would come in the front door and they'd start peeling. By the time they got up to the bedroom where they stepped out by the pool, they were naked. So they'd go out and they'd just fall in the water, splash. And so I'd feed them some of these psychedelics. We called it tasting. Making these things and trying them out to show them a different aspect of life as they knew it.
Were you having a lot of sex with all those naked people hanging out by the pool?
Oh, sometimes, yeah. Not so much orgy atmosphere, but people had a tendency to pair off and go into one of the bedrooms and tear off a piece. Work with the psychoactives was the most rewarding endeavor that I got into. We had a lot of fun with psychedelics until the government made them all illegal.
When I came out here and I got my materials for the laboratory, we went out and found a number of drums that were full of chemicals. They were buried along the edges out here. He'd grab a shovel or something. He's like, come on, let's walk this way. He'd find some twig or something, and he'd stop, and it'd be like a coffee can. And in the coffee can would be like a group of phenethylamines just buried in the ground. You just look for, like, you know, sticks and twigs. Look over here, this might be a, oh, here we go, this is one of them. Just a safe place to put solvents. But this, all over the property.
Casey set up his first lab in the back of a school bus with glassware, a Kugelrohr, and precursors provided by Daryl. He used the profits to travel the world and study psychedelics. It was just 1 year after his meeting with Daryl that he moved to the UK and set up a lab to synthesize a compound that neither of them had ever made before: LSD.
Well, I mean, I designed the lab in a way that I could pack it down into those big rough-toed Rubbermaid things. Glassware and chemistry, you know, with vermiculite, and needed to hold it and keep it safe. And it would all fit in a 14 cubic meter panel van. So I could be packed in 3 hours and unloaded in 3 hours and set up. I had a station for solvent recovery, a station for carbon filtration, a station for weighing up and titration. I was trained well.
What was the method you were using?
Pie-bop condensation. Worked beautifully, it worked at room temperature, it required no heating, just stirring. And that's like, you know, that's the holy grail of chemistry. If you can do shit at room temperature and not have to apply heat, the yields were way better. I was living on this estate in Surrey when I made my first batch of LSD. And I licked my stir rod. I was high, I walk outside, it's a beautiful sunny morning, and it's like bluebells everywhere. It was so radiant, these bluebells. 9 years to the day to go from that first day where I consumed to actually having made my own. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. The whole point of going to school was so that I'd one day be able to understand and manufacture what was for me at that very moment a sacrament. Beautiful molecule.
Lysergic acid is a molecule so complex that its synthesis is only undertaken as an academic exercise. For this reason, all lysergamide compounds start from natural ergot alkaloids, principal among them, ergotamine tartrate.
Ergotamine tartrate is the precursor to lysergic acid, which is essential to making LSD. Difficult to obtain because it's a watched precursor, and therefore it came from the black market, and it was really fucking expensive, which that kind of expensiveness invited people with guns. The reality is that precursor is like cheap as hell. It's only the black market and prohibition again that makes it dangerous. And I was operating in a world of cash, and I didn't have a bank account in the United Kingdom, and I needed money behind my credit card in the United States so I could buy that pie-bop. And I called my friend up and I said, hey, can you put 5 grand in there? And he's like, yeah, sure. He was under investigation. The goon squad rushed in and they started searching his house, and eventually over the course of a couple of days of searching his house, they'd find the receipt in his pocket for the $5,000 in cash that he deposited in my account. And they brought that receipt to him and he just started singing. He realized that he was fucked because now he's part of something bigger. But I had an agreement with some gentlemen and I wasn't gonna break that agreement. Because remember, that whole idea is like once you get to, ergotamine tartrate from the black market and, people are running around, worried about their money, the guns and knives are drawn.
And you couldn't just return?
No, I got it wet. You can't return shit you got wet.
That seems like an extremely stressful situation.
For a while it was, very stressful.
The DEA tipped off UK law enforcement, who initiated an investigation called Operation Pathfinder, dedicated to locating, stalking, and eventually arresting Casey for his lab work.
An American chemistry expert, 33-year-old Casey Hardison, produced hallucinogenic drugs on an industrial scale.
Casey Hardison studied biology and botany back in the States before heading to the UK to set up his lab. But this was no schoolboy chemistry set. Sussex police seized 145,000 doses of LSD. "Thank you for your love and compassion," heckled Hardison sarcastically as he was taken down. "You'd think I was a terrorist."
Casey elected to represent himself and argued that his activities were protected by a freedom to produce and use mind-altering substances.
Cognitive liberty must guarantee the right of each individual to think independently and autonomously, to access and use the full spectrum of his or her mind, and to willfully engage in multiple modes of thought. Does the interior space of my cranium, inside of my mouth, are they my lawful territory? The state has invaded the sovereign territory of the human mind and body as never before. What crosses the blood-brain barrier has become subject to the same surveillance as what crosses international borders. This is an idealized harm based on the fact that the government is terrified of the power of people that have actually freed their mind.
And you were sentenced by someone wearing a wig.
I never saw him without it.
Casey Hardison refused to inform on his associates or acknowledge that synthesis of LSD was a crime. It was his first offense.
You know, I'd been on a pretty damn good run when I finally got caught. Yeah, it was really nice to actually finally rest. It's like I didn't have to do anything other than wait and be and, you know, play chess and study and go to the gym. You know, I got 3 large trash bags full of mail in those first couple of years. Some of them actually, you know, contained DMT and LSD and 5-MeO-DMT and 2CB and MDMA, and that I got away with it, you know.
Was tripping in prison enjoyable?
Fuck yeah. Oh my God, it's fucking fabulous.
After serving 9.32 years of his sentence, Casey was released on the condition that he be deported.
Yeah, I never expected to get that letter from you that said that you wanted to give me a lab.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea what you wanted to give me.
Well, I didn't either. I just felt that you were the right person to continue this work along various lines. I wanted you to have a perfectly free hand.
I was able to, you know, basically launch my whole chemistry life from that. One of the last things you said to me as I drove away, you're like, I wish I'd told no one. And I wound up telling a few people.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Other than Casey, did you know anyone who got caught?
I knew several people that got caught. They did time.
How did you feel when you first heard that Casey had been arrested in England?
Oh, I figured, well, he was careless with his yap. He told too many people. I felt bad for him because he was in the slammer for a long time. The first thing is to keep your mouth shut. And I guess Casey didn't keep his shut enough to keep the narcs away.
We're pretty quiet around here and just sort of feeling into the energies. Those are cores that they had drilled into the underground lab. The little stones around the big stone represent a molecule.
A monument to psychedelics? It's a nice little chemical riddle.
You got a 5-methyl, maybe, and then a 4-methoxy.
It seems reasonable to assume that this is 2,4-dimethoxy 5-methylphenethylamine.
That's a psychedelic molecule.
Yep, that's it. That's him.
Though Darryl sold his volcano, he wasn't prepared to leave his work there behind.
Oh, there we go.
He took 14 andesite cores, removed from the laboratory, and buried them in the form of a genericized phenethylamine structure as a monument for future generations.
If there was one drug that you would want to try again, what would it be?
Probably lots of 2CD.
2CD?
You like that pharmacological tofu, don't you?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it certainly
It's
is.
easy to make, too.
Daryl Lemaire just turned 90 years old, and I wanted to make him a cake. 32, 64, 96 candles with a diagram of 5-ethoxy-2CD as a way of commemorating one of his more interesting discoveries. This is a drug that he thought had some cognition-enhancing effect.
My Lord. Daryl, that's a lot of years.
Boy, that's going to take a lot of puff.
Yeah.
No chance. Let's get
Closer.
in there.
Too bad.
I'm going to help.
Okay, me too. Perfect.
You have any plans for 90?
Oh, just hang out.
In 1965, Jean Millet co-directed an experimental film called The Psychedelic Experience.
It's kind of like a visual Rorschach test.
The psychedelic experience is a voyage inside, a trip into the countless galaxies of your own nervous system. Chemicals are perhaps the most effective method because the language of the body, the language of the nervous system, is itself biochemical.
There are things in your mind that you don't know about. And if you're free and open to whatever's there, then it all comes out.
It's just hard to describe the ineffable. One thing that these drugs can do, allow you to live your life more fully. I don't know why I'm here, but I am.
Men have studied methods of consciousness expansion.
There should not be any fear of dying. When you die, it's just like going to sleep. You wake up on the other side.
Daryl's mentorship was just like knowing that I needed that lab. Tiny bit of guidance, a little kick in the pants. That was the real mentorship from Daryl. Definitely grateful for that, very grateful. I can't run around making acid anymore. And if it was lawful, that's what I'd be doing. It's a very beautiful and wondrous molecule, allowing us to be part of nature again. If 1% of the planet can experience that, maybe we'll transform. Maybe we'll have less war.
Techniques for going out of your mind.
The world needs healing, and the medicines are known. The question is who's going to make them.
That's him.